Last time, on Asmiliath adventures, after arriving in Kraylin, the Golden Hearts find that the familiar city has been dressed in sorrow. Black and white flowers covered the buildings as the funeral for Lady Kellen Grator consumes all. Wanting to make sure that the proper respect is given, Valoran and Thor decide to head up to the castle to give their condolences as Jarek and Rolly turn in their recently acquired bounty. Both groups are left to wait their respective turns as the day stretches on, various rumors and bits of information finding their way to the Golden Hearts' ears. Eventually, nearing the evening, their goals are achieved. Rolly and Jarek turn in the head of Hormtar and decide to move around the docks to ask about a curious fish they had been told about. Thor and Valoran manage to finally see the Duke, but not before a character from Valoran's home makes an appearance. Zilnan Ollum, Lord Solomon's steward, spots Valoran from across the entrance hall, beginning his advances before he is called away to give his respects to the Duke. After informing Thor about the possible implications of this sighting, the two are brought before Duke Bronn, though he is not alone. Along with the now withered and sickly-looking Duke, the King of Giles, King Hunfor, is also receiving guests. Keeping the visit short, our heroes express their condolences and take their leave, being informed on their way out that Sir Ollum has been sent to the cellar to wait for Valoran. Thor volunteers to go meet with him, attempting to learn more about his presence here, only managing to reaffirm what they already knew, that Lord Solomon wants Valoran to come to the Crow's Crest Manor for an undisclosed reason. Finally, as the various members of the Golden Hearts finish their task, they all meet back up at the Sliver of the Moon Tavern, informing the others of what they found. Valoran, who is curious as the condition of the Duke, decides that he will happen upon the Duke during one of his nightly visits to the High Temple. With this goal in mind, Valoran gathers his partying companions and Thor, setting off towards Hightown. So we are picking up as the group has kind of had like a small conversation in the middle of the street. It is very late into the night at this point. We're probably nearing 10 or 11 as you guys set off towards Hightown. As you were all kind of finishing up the conversation, Jarek and Rolly being semi-indisposed mentally for the most part, a small wagon with two individuals kind of gathered around and pushing it down the street begin to kind of approach you. They're ringing this kind of soft chime bell as they move closer, eventually kind of approaching you. The younger one of the two kind of like looking the party up and down and goes, "Oh yeah, no public intoxication, the king's orders, gotta clean up the streets. You two, you're looking a little wavery." Gesturing at Rolly and Jarek.
Well, I beg your pardon, but a dwarf can handle much more than I've drank tonight. This is nothing but an appetizer.
We're just, getting a little bit of a nip in before we go swimming. It's no big deal.
No trouble at all. We'll definitely keep our mouths closed and cause no harm to anybody.
As you are talking, the younger one kind of looks back to the other who's still at the cart, and he kind of like gives him this like small nod, and the one at the cart begins kind of like fumbling around with a few vials, pouring a few liquids and whatnot into different bottles. Eventually, the younger one turning back to you. Well, you can either we can send you to the guards, and you can pay the fine for being a little bit off your rocker, or we can get your sword right here, quick potion, get you right back to where you should be.
Yes, I could use another drink.
Yeah, happy to avoid the guards.
So, Rolly, give me a history check with disadvantage when you get the chance. But the younger one kind of turns around and begins like grabbing up the vials that the other individual had been making. And he turns around and it appears to be this like vibrant orange concoction. You swear as, Jarek and Rolly, as you're looking at it, something like visibly thick kind of swirls around the outside of the glass before kind of disappearing into the depth of the liquid. Okay, you have no idea what this is. Good to know. And as he like holds it up to both of you, he goes, "Right, that'd be 2 gold apiece. I imagine you'd rather do that than the 10 gold piece fine for being drunk at a funeral."
This sounds like quite the racket you've got going on. And there's no funeral going on. It's nighttime. Everyone's asleep, including the dead.
Could I insight these two?
Sure, if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. You're just kind of seeing if what they're putting forward is appropriate, or
Like observing their manner and also the way in which they are dressed and their accoutrements are appropriate for town guard.
they're not dressed as town guard. They're in much more kind of like not common but like casual clothing. They do seem rather confident in what they're doing. There isn't any sort of like hint or slyness or kind of shifty behavior between the two. From what you can tell, it all checks out, quote unquote. But there isn't any sort of knowledge that you would have to go off of this not being a common practice, if that makes sense. But as the younger one kind of brings the vials up to you, handing one to Rolly, handing one to Jarek, he goes, "Right, just quick swig, and we'll be on our way, and then you can find your way to whatever."
And what's this supposed to do for us?
Oh, it gets rid of the influence of the devil's drink, sir.
I'll make a bargain with you. If I drink this, and it works, I'll pay you double to take a couple with me. If I drink this and it does nothing, you can bugger off.
Kind of like looks back to the other one, and they're just like, "All right, yeah, go for it."
To your health.
So Rolly,
No.
yes, sir.
No, I'll knock mine back too.
Okay, you both take 4 points of, I guess, fire damage, more burning damage would be the appropriate term, as you feel this liquid going, acid, thank you, that'd be a much better term, kind of flowing down your throat and into your chest. It feels this like kind of vicious burning sensation, like you just kind of like swallowed acid, more or less. And as you're like getting ready to kind of like get angry and upset and kind of show this horrible taste that you're feeling on the inside, you quickly feel the alcohol that's been soaking into your blood kind of burn away, as if kind of magically you feel your senses kind of snapping back to reality in a much quicker way than you've ever really had before, basically being cured of any sort of hangover or effect that you would have had on the other end, but leaving you with this kind of residual burning sensation in your chest as it begins to kind of settle down.
Oh, that's incredible. Quite the party trick, that.
It's not really a party trick. It's...
Oh, no, really, it would be. I mean, think about that. I could get completely sloshed off my knocker, drink some of this concoction, and ready for round 2.
I might recommend that you need some help, sir, but bargain's a bargain. 4 gold pieces will
Imagine
sell you
all the
another.
contests I could win with this.
He just kind of like looks at the rest of the party, kind of like cocking his head to the side. But we have many more inebriated individuals to service, so if we could move it along.
Yes, but right now, we're your customer. Now, 2 gold for what we drank, and then 2 gold for 2 more. You carry the 0, it's simple math, just chop chop.
Want to attempt to persuade him? Go for it, give me a persuasion check. Let's see how my rolls are tonight. Okay.
Oh.
Nice. Kind of looks back at the other one, kind of gives you another tired kind of glance. Sir, please, we are busy.
Okay, well, I'm lost then. How much for the extra vial?
You said you'd pay us double for the second, so that would be 4.
Okay, so 4 total.
For 1 more vial, yes.
And I pay the man.
Okay. He would give you another of the orange ilk-looking potions. And then they would push off with their little cart, kind of a squeaky wheel fading off into the distance.
Really quite
Does,
incredible, Jarek. I feel like I've had a good kick right in the throat, but back to my normal self. Valoran, how are you doing?
We have somewhere to be before the Duke moves on.
Yeah, for real. We need to I don't even know what just happened here. Can we just keep going? Yeah, okay. I'll just keep on.
So with the two companions that found themselves deep in the devil's drink, now cured of their ailment, the party begin to move up towards Hightown. Highbridge and the guards there, having your small interaction with them, and then eventually moving into the much finer part of the city, where you had kind of seen not the bare minimum, but a lower class fulfillment of the duties of the funeral, the black and white roses and flowers that had been put on people's doors. You now see full wreaths and garlands kind of draping the fences and the doorways and the windows of these houses, kind of taking it as an excuse to showcase their wealth in yet another fashion. But you move through here, again, it's very late at night, so there's not a lot of foot traffic or anyone that you would run into, just kind of moving through the very quiet streets of Hightown, eventually kind of moving around the walls of the castle towards the High Temple that is kind of set behind it, and then reaching that kind of large cobblestone plaza in front of the church, where you do see two of the Gritor guards stood at the large door entrance to the High Temple.
Do we recognize either of them?
No. You may have interacted with them, but none that would stand out to you.
I intend to just march right up to the doors.
Okay. So as you approach, the two guards there seem to be rather sleepy, but kind of maintaining their duties more or less. As you approach, they kind of stiffen up a little bit more, kind of reset their weapons in their grip, and kind of stand up just a little bit more straight as you approach. Eventually, as you get into earshot, they're nod their head at you. What business do you have here so late?
I would like to start playing the religious hymn I had learned from, I think it was Brother Thomas back in the day.
Okay.
And we have business in the temple. What is it of yours?
Give me a performance check there, Jarek.
I'm gonna burn a lucky die on this.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Lucky.
So, as you begin to move across the plaza, Jarek began to kind of strum up. Your fingers are a little cold from the kind of nippy air of the night, so it takes you a little bit to kind of warm up. Your fingers kind of popping a little bit as you finally get into it and get a much better tune flowing as you step forward. The guards almost have this exhausted look as they hear the familiar song being played yet again, and they kind of I guess drag their head around and then look down at you. What business do you have at the High Temple, sir?
We're here to see
Look
the
over
Duke.
at Valoran.
I gotta look up at Thor. The Duke is not here. He is currently resting in his residence.
What business should a cleric of the First Mother have at a temple? For one, I need to pray, and two, I need to consult with my peers here.
And three, if the Duke is not inside, then there's no reason we can't go inside. But if he is in fact here and not in his residence, then you are a terrible guard, and should let him know that the Golden Hearts are at the front door.
So as you begin to speak, you see that he is ready to the rebuttal yet again. But as you mention Golden Heart, you see a small twinge of interest go across his face, and then a quick flash of recognition, and he kind of hides it, like tucks it away behind his kind of guard mask again. And yes, there is no reason for me to prevent you from entering. I simply just wanted to know your business.
So does everyone.
There are very important people in the town currently, so security is a little tighter than usual.
Fine.
He kind of he kind of steps towards one of the large doors, pushing it wide enough for you guys to all kind of enter single file, and kind of like bows his head a little bit. Says, "I'm sorry. Please enjoy your night."
Thank you, sir. What is your name?
I'm Clarence.
Clarence. I'll remember you, Clarence.
Appreciate that, sir.
And then, Carl.
Okay.
Do his thing.
So you guys are all, I guess, kind of issued is whatever order you guys want to enter into the High Temple, into that main center room of this large, kind of extravagant structure. This main room stretches for maybe like 150 feet. It kind of breaks off into a like 90-degree angle hallway on either side as well, about halfway down. There's these huge vaulted ceilings with catwalks that kind of line the exterior walls all the way around to allow kind of a viewing platform, more or less. There's plenty of like tapestries and religious kind of jewelry or ornaments kind of decorating a lot of the service area of the room. And then finally at like the end of this massive void of space, more or less, there's kind of like a small cell that's, the bars and whatnot are very regal and ornament, like gold and gilded and whatnot. But behind that is what you would assume is kind of the more holy artifacts, the more important aspects of the religion that are kind of tucked away in a secure location. At this point in the evening, there are very little, priests or brothers moving around the area. There's maybe like one or two in this vast zone that you see, but you're more or less kind of left in the entrance to the temple.
I'm gonna post up next to the doors against the wall and nonchalantly just sit there or stand there leaning against the wall.
Okay.
Let's see if I can spot, if I can tell whoever the most senior of the monks or priests or acolytes might be within my view.
Okay. So there's one kind of up on one of the catwalks, kind of far down, about halfway down this room. The other one that you see is on like the main floor with you. He appears to be kind of like crouched down in prayer in front of a kind of holy relic. He, from what you can tell from the distance that you're at, seems to be a rather older gentleman. He seems to be maybe a bit more decorated than the other brothers that you've seen in your travels. Small like pins and sashes kind of decorating the white cloak that they all wear. You'd assume potentially out of the two, he would be the more approachable one.
Yeah, I'll head his way.
Okay. Rolling and Thor, are you doing anything?
I'll follow beside him.
Do I see any clerics of the order? I don't know who the deity is here at this church, but do I see anybody I can try to?
There's the one that Valoran and Thor are kind of heading towards. So, and then there's one on the upper level, but that's the only two that you can see in this room right now.
Okay, I'll go. I'll go with Valoran and Thor at the time.
Okay. So you three go to approach as Jarek kind of like hangs back by the door. Not really making any, stealthy approach. The brother does hear you all coming, and you see him kind of like mutter a few last words, bowing his head before he kind of stands up, unclasps his hands, looks over at you, and kind of like gives you all a quick eye, and then you see a look of recognition on his face. Thor, you would recognize this as Brother Terrence. He's the half-orc, brother that you talked to about Buffy when you first came across him. So you see like kind of a faint smile growing across his lips, a little bit of his tusk kind of sticking out from his bottom tooth. And he kind of like nods his head down at you. Welcome back. Wait, how are you doing, lad?
Oh man, let me tell you, the bear thing has gotten so much more complicated. I still have no idea what's going on with it, but it's a real bear. Any of these people could tell you it's a real bear. It's still a real bear. Just still don't know what's going on with it.
Well, I'm happy to hear that it is real. That is one problem solved, I suppose.
But anyways, how are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I am doing my duties as required every day, as a brother.
Indeed. So we were wondering if anybody was here. Is there anybody else here beside us?
Yes, there are
I mean,
plenty
like,
of.
not like you, your people, like other than your people.
Other visitors.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot disclose that to you. They're here for various reasons that sometimes they want to keep private.
I'll just whisper. I think that means that the Braun is here.
We don't want to interrupt anyone in a private moment. But if those important visitors could be made aware that we are visiting, that would be... we would be grateful.
Kind of like looks you all over once more, kind of like tilts his head enough to look at Jarek, like kind of hanging back by the door before before bringing his attention back to the group. Thorasius, I know who you are, but can I ask who the other two are? Well, three, I guess I should say.
Oh yeah. So this is Lord Valron, last name. This is Rolly, short one, and that back there is Jarek, or JD as I call him. We are all the troop that you may have heard of, you may have not. We're the Golden Hearts, formerly another name, formerly a name before that. But for right now, we're the Golden Hearts.
He kind of nods a little bit. You see him like look up for a moment, deep in thought, before kind of coming back to the conversation. Oh, you are the ones asking about a cluster of the brothers going to Corel. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe that was not me, but somebody else in our troop did that.
Well, I see that solid communication is the backbone of your particular group, but
Listen, this is the best he's done in weeks.
We're quite encouraging him, really. He's doing wonderful.
What are we talking about?
You.
I understand.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. The brother kind of like looks around, and you see like a little bit of conflict kind of going back and forth on his face. He looks down, kind of looks to the side, meets your eyes again. I can make your presence known to anyone who is here, but I cannot promise who that may be and if they might meet you. Is that acceptable?
That's all we ask, I think.
We're just very concerned for them, and I hope you are too. Have you seen what we've seen?
Again, my tall friend, I cannot discuss private matters.
I mean, we're not talking about any individual, we're just talking in general. Have you seen, I imagine we haven't seen the exact same things, but we've seen some similar things,
Yes. Anyway, I shall go make your presence known. If you would like, you may just linger here in the main hallway and see if you get the response you desire.
Sounds good to me.
So he kind of like bows politely and then kind of shuffles off towards a door that leads to a staircase. But you are now left in the Great Hall again.
once Brother Terrence leaves their vicinity, Jarek would go up and join him. And well, what news?
Our presence is being made known to a individual that we may or may not be on the same page as. So who knows who's gonna pop up through that door? But some progress is better than no progress, I guess.
If I ever have to do something in secret, I'm learning something tonight. The number of people who are really anxious to let us know that no one important is here at all, and we should totally just not mind the guards or any of that. It's a wonder he's still alive.
But like,
I see.
You think they know what we know? You know, they've seen what we've seen.
We all know what we know.
Okay,
we know it
cool.
together.
I'm just making. Oh, why don't we talk about it? We could talk about it. We could just talk about a condition.
Are we still drunk? They're making my head hurt.
I'm not sure, but perhaps one of the brothers could offer us a sacrament of wine and prayers. And
Or it's like this. You've met children.
Like once, yeah, or more.
Children, elderly, arguably most of the people you meet, you could kill them very easily.
Yeah, I mean they're all like JD, just like one quick sweep and they're just gone.
They would just die right away. Hardly any effort at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right here.
That's
Yes,
true.
all of you is right here. It's hard to miss you.
That's a true fact, Thor, but we know not to remind everyone that we meet that you could kill them right away.
Do sometimes do that, but generally, yeah, I don't do it to children or I do it to JD sometimes. But yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's like that.
Okay. So we all know, but we don't need to talk about that. We all know.
That's right.
But then why? What do we talk about?
So as you guys are in this insightful conversation, just kind of looking at each other in various confused states as words are thrown around, but no meaning is truly discerned, you hear the sound of like light footsteps returning, and you kind of just think to yourself that's probably the brother returning or something. But as the door to the staircase you saw him disappear into opens again, you see Duke Braun. But he is in a much different state of being than you're used to seeing him in. Traditionally, he'd be in this kind of like elegant blue robe that kind of signifies the pride and House Grator, various jewelry and ornaments kind of showcasing his wealth and position, giving him a bigger appearance than normal. Now he is draped in this loose, much too large for him, white robe that like covers the majority of his figure, but a lot of it is kind of left to just drape down onto the floor. And the bits of vision that you can get past the cloak and into his actual form, you see that his skin is tight across the bone. Any sort of muscle or tone or definition that he once had is now gone, as he looks to be almost a step above a skeleton, more or less, with just kind of the clinging bit of flesh left on it. The familiar, purple, deep bags under his eyes that you've kind of seen multiple times at this point are still there. As he kind of like cranes his head out of the door, looking at you all, you see a bit of confusion, a little curiosity maybe across his features as he kind of like nods his head at you all. What? Why are you all here? I did not call for you.
I want to get in somewhat closer. I don't want the entire temple to overhear what we're saying. And after kind of looking around and seeing who else is able to hear, well, you see, someone we know, someone who is experiencing profound loss and hardship, has also taken obviously ill. And we have come to the temple to seek guidance and how they may be helped.
You see the look of recognition on his face, understanding the underlying message there. And he kind of looks between you all again, and then kind of shrivel, maybe is the correct term to use. He kind of like sinks into himself a little bit, and shudders ever so slightly before he kind of looks back up to you, Valor, and kind of nods his head. Your concern is appreciated, but I fear that there isn't much you can do.
While I'm here, Divine Sense.
Okay. So, as you reach out and attempt to get that extra, sense that you use to gain a knowledge of a spiritual realm that isn't, appearing to everybody, reaching out, you feel that same power kind of flowing through you. And as you look over Duke Braun again with this, you think back to Barren Hollow and that strange green trail that you had followed up towards the Butcher's Hole, that you eventually kind of connected with the villagers that were possessed down there. As you look down at the Duke, you see small tendrils of that kind of coming off of his back, kind of snaking out of the collar of the robe, very just slightly noticeable off of his back, but you are able to discern it. But that would be what you see there.
So Valoran sort of cocks his head to the side, taking in this information, and then says, to say there isn't much implies that there is something.
I think we should move this conversation into a more private location, if that is acceptable.
By all means.
Okay. He then kind of
if you would like, I will offer my arm for support. I can see you may have need of it.
Jarek, we are certainly friends at this point, but I am not so ill to put my trust in you. And then he turns and begins walking up the steps.
When he turns his back to us, I want to quickly look back at Rolly and put my fingers around my eye and then quickly turn back.
Okay. Do you do anything with this information?
Do I have the telescope available?
I think you had it last, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you can have it with you if you want.
Would I be able to take it out and take a look at the Duke without being too obvious at this point?
I'd probably make you do a sleight of hand check, so it's up to you.
Okay.
You go for it?
Yeah.
Okay. But you guys begin to kind of move up the steps behind him. Rolly seemed to start fumbling in his chest a little bit to kind of to get something out. As you are moving up, you guys hear this click, 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 and then you see him lifting up the telescope. And as you do, you see Braun kind of shifting his head around, looking back at you. You're kind of like quickly swiping the telescope down.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
At that point,
hold it up.
Yeah.
I might try to feel his vision, like to sort of get in close and lead on.
The Duke kind of looks back, and as Valorant kind of like steps in front and Rolly's still trying to like get the telescope up to his eye, you see him, for the first time since this interaction, kind of smile ever so slightly. It's like, you would think at this point we've established some modicum of trust.
I mean, Duke Braun, you just told me you can't trust me enough to let me offer you support as you walk.
JD, that's an entirely fair statement.
All will be revealed once we find a more private location, if you can just be patient till then.
Of course.
Yes.
Can I want to try this. I'd like to squeeze out some of my healing light from my belly button and see if I can covertly just come and like, I don't want to say smear it on his back, but put it onto him and see if the healing will do any good.
It might be a little difficult in this position because you guys are on like a small staircase all marching up single file. And Valorant being the closest at this point might be a little awkward right now.
I would also try to stop you.
So anyway,
Okay.
the procession proceeds up the stairs, eventually getting up to the second floor of the temple, going back out onto that main catwalk again to move through the various rooms that have doors to them up on the second level. He leads you to kind of the west wing, where there's a small kind of simplistic door set into the wall, and you see him knock very, very lightly and gently on the wood a couple times before pushing the door open, and then kind of steps inside. For those of you who follow him or look inside of the room, it is a pretty plain-looking laboratory is probably the best way to describe it. There are some simple bookshelves on the walls with different volumes filling them out. There's a small table in the center that has different implements kind of attached to it, like a magnifying glass and some vials and various bits of equipment. There is a desk kind of set off into the corner where a elderly looking gnome is kind of propped up on a chair, feet kind of on the table, leaning back a little bit. He's snoring gently as you all move in. The Duke kind of like, ahem. And as he clears his throat, you see the gnome kind of like shake himself. Ahem. Yeah. Kind of waking back up as the Duke moves into the room. You guys following in?
Yeah.
Okay. As you all make your way in, the Duke would kind of look back, be like, please close the door behind you. And then he walks towards the table in the middle of the room. The gnome at this point has kind of hopped down from the desk, kind of like rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, moving forward, kind of like just getting ready for, whatever interaction's about to happen. He's kind of looking you all over ever so slightly just to get a feel for who just came in. But the Duke walks up to the table, kind of putting one hand down to, hold himself up, and you see him begin to start like shifting the shoulder of the robe off and lower, kind of moving off of his shoulder and down his arm, allowing the drape of the fabric to go lower and lower. And as it does, you see he's already, sickly and frail. So you can see like the spine, the different parts of his spine kind of showcasing down his neck and the upper part of his back. When you get just below the shoulder blades, a different form is beneath the skin, where you would normally see the various kind of lumps of the spine. It appears to look like a thick iron chain, like you would use for an anchor on a large vessel, has replaced where his spine should be, and it's pressing against the tight skin of his back as he's kind of forced over in this curl. The different ligaments of the chain kind of like pushed back and forth ever so slightly, and he lets that down to like showcase to the group, staying silent as you take it in.
What in the mother's name is that?
That's a hell of an iron backbone.
You get to look at it for a few moments, take it in for just a small amount of time before he kind of like shifts the robe back up and turns to you, still leaning back on the table for support as he faces you now. You see any sort of jovialness that he was wielding before is now kind of dampened. He maybe lets out the slightest scoff at Jarek's comment. That is the infliction that I have been dealt since the first appearance of Novin some time ago, and it has been spreading since then.
Look, and sorry about this, but...
And I pull out the telescope and look at his back.
Okay.
This is
So you're looking kind of through the robe at this point, because he's kind of covered back up. But if you like move around him and get a good look, beneath the white robe, you would see a magical energy kind of growing from that location where his spine has kind of been replaced. So
like, what is it? And didn't we kill Novin? So shouldn't it be like gone?
As you ask, and the Duke like looks like he's about to speak, you see the gnome who like kind of puts his spectacles on and kind of like is finally ready to make his appearance in the conversation. Kind of step forward. He goes, "No, this is from Tordan. This is not from Novin. It is from the higher power. From what we can tell from the various books that we acquired from the monastery and the research that we have done, this is a deeper curse than some thrall of Tordan's power could inflict." And Duke is kind of nodding along to this.
Can't like remove the curse?
Big guy, that is what we've been trying to do.
How did this happen? Why you?
Yes, why did it happen?
Duke kind of thinks for a few moments, trying probably to figure out the best way of explaining the chain of events before he finally begins to speak. I have become privy to some information that would strike fear in most people. And I think that I have been given this knowledge to torture me, to put me on guard as this plan is carried out. To put it in simpler terms, Torodan has been sending me visions of the future that he seeks, and I can no longer rest. I find myself filled with this constant irritation and dread and fear that seems to have controlled me to this point. And it's all stemmed from that first time that I heard rumors of a yellow-eyed man moving around my countryside. And then when you gave me the information that it was Novin, and we dispatched him, I thought that we would be out of the woods. I thought that maybe the curse would fade. But if anything, it's only gotten worse and more persistent.
And is there no resolution? Have the healers nothing to say?
The gnome kind of like looks immensely disappointed, kind of dropping his gaze to the floor. You see him kind of like shaking his head a little bit, kind of like shuffling his feet, looking back up at you. We have tried most anything at our disposal for both the Duke and our Lord Jarrell. But this is a power that we have not healed or dealt with before. There's no rule book or guidelines or information on any of it. It's a darker power that is so twisted that we cannot straighten it out.
I know a guy. We had them remove Rolly's curse.
He brings up a good point. There is someone that I believe might have the power to influence this.
Have you tried Telbius Kydroquamo did Sirigrum Garevar Gandrig? AKA friend.
You see the Duke, again, have like the slightest bit of a smile on his face as you move through the suggestion, kind of nodding his head. We certainly have been getting closer to trying different options. I have been rather busy as of late, and haven't been able to find the time for a healing vacation.
Well, if you don't do something about it soon, it looks as if you'll take a permanent vacation. And I don't just say that in jest, Duke. There are many people that would benefit from your continued health and not impertinent me to say so. I believe it's your duty to take care of yourself in that regard.
You see him pause for a moment before turning his attention over to the gnome beside him. Do you think it is it possible to show them? You see the gnome kind of like look a little surprised and look around you and like, we've never done it with more than one, but I assume we can. I think it might be easier than trying to explain it to them. Maybe it will help them understand the situation at hand. But all right. I can get us prepared if you'd like to situate yourself, my lord. At that point, the Duke kind of like gets on the table and kind of begins to like shimmy back onto it, kind of looking at you all. I think that this might be easier than trying to talk through what is really going on beneath the surface here. And he begins to kind of moving into a position. He kind of like pulls the robe down, lays on his stomach, which allows you to truly see the small figure that was hiding beneath the robe, and the kind of grotesque imagery of this tightly stretched skin over the big iron chains, more or less, as he kind of shimmies it down to just about to his waist and then lays there. You see the gnome kind of moving to his desk, and he comes back and he has more or less what you would kind of describe as a scalpel and a small scroll, and kind of like gestures with his hands to you all. Gather around. We're going to see the visions that Duke Braun has been given. Hopefully this works.
I'm going to take out some pen and paper to sketch Duke Braun and his affliction.
Okay.
Real quick, and then have another piece of paper to write down or sketch anything that we then see.
Okay. So I'm assuming you all do step forward, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the scalpel for?
I imagine in your line of work you're not too squeamish, right, big guy?
No. I'm not gonna like kill him.
Well, hopefully not.
What?
He then brings up he takes the scroll and kind of lays it out beside the Duke on the table, where you see a language that you don't quite comprehend kind of filling out the paper. He then takes the scalpel and kind of like eyeballs the Duke's back, kind of like squints a little bit, and you see him bring the blade down to his flesh. And the tension on the Duke's skin is so high that when the blade meets it, it almost pops free as if it was waiting to do so. A bit of this green rusted metal poking out beneath the skin, kind of forcing its way to the surface. A little bit of residual blood kind of dripping down the side and disappearing into the now open wound. As he does so, the gnome kind of like gestures with his hands to the bare metal. He goes, place your finger or hand on the surface, please.
Which one of us?
All of you.
Oh boy. I guess I'll do my pinky finger. It's the smallest.
Okay. So as you all reach and touch this object, feeling the actual solid piece of metal underneath your grasp or your touch, you hear the gnome begin to speak, begin to fill the room with a language that you don't know. His voice kind of drifting in this weird manner where it goes high and then low and then kind of soft, and then repeating this process for about a minute or so. And as you do, you swear that the light of the room, which is basically just, a few candles and maybe a small chandelier, begin to dim. The focus of your eyes beginning to kind of shrink in as you are pulled into a darker, empty void that some of you might say is a little bit familiar. But you are left in this black limbo state. No reference around you. All the companions that you had now gone. The Duke on the table in front of you now gone. And as you try to figure out where you are, you realize that your physical form is gone as well. You are simply a vessel, an observer in this strange location. Yes.
As we hit that familiar feeling of the void, can I reach out to Dog and see if maybe I can pull him in with me?
Give me a wisdom check. Okay.
I'm gonna lucky die that one.
Okay.
I think that would be very beneficial if that works.
Okay. We'll see if that pans out, but I'll take that into account. But as you were all found in this void, you feel a little sense of panic. It almost is that sense you would get when you're falling and you can't quite see where you're going to land. And as you feel this panic begin to set in, not quite sure what's going on, you hear the distinct sound of a war horn blasting in the distance. And slowly, as you feel each blast filling you with dread, a scene begins to spread out before you. A large lake that is kind of cast in moonlight, the reflection of which kind of shimmering across the slowly moving waves. A large mountain ridge kind of where the lake ends off to your east. You feel an immense amount of fear that almost like shakes you to your core, that sense of falling heightened to an extreme degree that you are not quite ready to handle. And as you're standing there, or not standing there, just existing, you begin to hear heavy footsteps, and you see the surface of the lake begin to break as skeletal figures come marching out of its depths, moving past where you are stood. And these skeletons are humans, beasts, monsters of all varying shapes and sizes. And they never seem to end. More and more skeletal bodies crawling out of the water and marching towards the land. And as you see them begin to march, you are kind of pulled up into the sky to allow you to see this never-ending wave of bone covering the landscape around you. And you look off, and as you watch in horror, you see various hamlets and villages go up in flame. And now your attention is brought back to the lake as you continue seeing this pouring mound of skeletons. But off on the far side, you see a different figure, a much larger figure. And as he begins to move closer, you see that his skin is dark gray, that gives you this immense feeling of death. And he's curled and kind of crawled into this weird ball shape as he's like dragging himself across the water. Large chains kind of draped over him, holding him down. And finally, as he gets to the shoreline, he stands up tall. You hear the wet, clattering chains kind of filling the air as he begins to rise taller and taller, eventually reaching his final form, which is maybe 100, 200 feet in the air, bigger than most castles that you've seen in your adventures. And as he stands, you see these chains dripping from his form, and they end in what looks to be undead figures, different adventurers and soldiers and kings draped around him like a dead willow tree. As he stands tall, he's faced away from you, but as you look and you try and gather more information, you see him turn around to you, and there's two familiar yellow eyes. You would recognize them as one of the eyes that Novin wore. And as they stare into you, and you feel that fear setting in, you see a very dry, sly smile creep across his face. And then you are snapped back into the laboratory room, immediately next to your companions, in this shocking twist from going from fear to now the comfort of this high temple. And you hear a small, gentle sobbing sound coming from the frail figure beneath you as you are all slowly brought back to reality.
I'm gonna pull the light out of my belly button and just rub it onto his back wound.
As you do so, you feel, I guess all of you still have your hand on the Duke, potentially. You would feel him kind of quivering in fear beneath your touch. As you do reach out with healing, you see the scar begin to start healing, kind of covering back over that rusty metal that's kind of been pushed out. But yeah, it seems that he is rather disposed of at the moment.
What in dog's name was that?
I think Novin isn't dead.
I think he might.
I could be wrong, but I believe that figure was Toradan himself.
As you state that, Jarek, you hear a weak voice coming from the table. Yes, that what I've come to know is Toradan. He is the one behind all of the tragedies that have befallen my life. And he begins to start pushing himself up with one of his arms, kind of gently falling to one side so they can actually look at you again. The gnome who had kind of gone through the ritual with you all is kind of settled down a little bit, stepped far back. He also is kind of visibly shaken, but he has kind of refrained himself from the conversation for now.
But what was that lake? Is that familiar to any of us?
So, I imagine most of you would know this. It's probably pretty common knowledge. There's only one large lake in all of Asmiliath, and it's called the Grave Lake. It is up in the Pruitt Empire in the northeastern of the continent. It is the lake that was formed by the Great Entrance about 300 some odd years ago. The explosion that brought forth all of the beasts and monsters caused this massive crater, which was there for quite some time. There was a large battle of a lot of combined factions of the world, kind of to push back the monsters into this portal breach that was kind of formed. And after that was all said and done, and they'd been pushed back and lots of lives were lost, the crater began to fill in with water, eventually forming Graves Lake. And it's kind of like a memorial, more or less, to the fallen soldiers, which you would assume would be the skeletal forms that you saw coming out of it in the vision that you saw.
Oh yeah, that lake.
Yes, Thor, that lake.
Why you?
I had that question for quite some time, Lord Valoran, and I think that I have figured it out, and hopefully it is not some form of self-importance, but if Toradan is set to march across the realm and cause destruction wherever he goes, there is no singular nation in Asmiliath that can hold him back. And though I would love to see the Pruitt Empire brought to ashes, they themselves couldn't hold it back. I think that I am being targeted because I am the closest thing to a formation that can bring the power to stop Torodan if his plan is carried through.
A multi-nation army.
Which would be rather difficult without the work that I've done throughout my life and the connections that I have.
How long do we have?
That's a very good question. I've been going under the assumption that this could be any day, but there's been no hint of what timeline we may be working with.
All we know of right now, wasn't there some like thing where you have to assemble body parts of him and he comes back to life, something like that?
That is what Novin was doing.
Yes. And I imagine the form that we see in the vision is all those body parts collected.
But he came out of the lake, correct?
As far as I can tell, yes.
So it would be safe to think that the body parts at some point will all be at the lake.
I have gone down the path of trying to reach out to our friendly neighbors to the north, but they don't seem willing to heed my warning.
Perhaps we need to seek rumors of Tordan. There is a ritual underway. We can intercede by time.
I have had many of my scholars looking into the remnants of that monastery that you cleared. And there is hints at various other locations that his body may still be found. And I've been trying to track them down, but a lot of the roads lead to disappointment.
Was Grapevine Manor one of those roads?
You see him look a little shocked, maybe a little curious as you bring out that name. A little bit of confusion, kind of like twists his head to the side. No. Why? How do you know of that name?
Thank all the powers above. The Golden Hearts are more than they seem.
That is what I have slowly been learning since I first met you all. Except, one of you seems rather difficult to change. And he looks over at Jarek.
I don't know what you mean.
Seeing as I may not have long and the end of the world may be coming, I guess I lose nothing to tell you of Grapevine Manor. It is, a piece of property that my family have held for quite some time. And that is where my mother currently stays, who most know are dead. But, she is very much not dead.
We don't mean to intrude.
Why is she dead but not dead?
After my father passed, she did not take it very well, and she quickly lost her mind. And instead of trying to tactfully move around that, we simply thought it was best to slip her away somewhere isolated and hold a funeral in her honor, and let her live out her days peacefully, where she is not under any scrutiny.
Ron, I think I speak for us all when I say that we want to help you if we can. But in any case, how does the work continue?
In regards to stopping the vision.
Quite.
Usually I have an answer for everything, and it's hard to deal with not being able to confidently answer you, Lord Valoran. But I don't know. I've tried everything I can think of. I've chased down every lead. I've used up the majority of my resources, and I'm left an old, withered man who cries to sleep every night with fear of the future.
Do you have any idea how long you have left?
Part of me hopes that it is tonight and my road ends here, but I have a suspicion that whatever tortures me would not be satisfied in such a quick end. So I imagine I will be here for some time.
Duke Ron, as you have expended quite a bit of resources into looking into this, has anything turned up as to what originally banished Torden or killed it, whatever may have happened? Have you found anything that references what defeated it previously?
Some of my scholars have been kicking around theories, more or less, but we've hit a roadblock. There is one theory that I subscribe to a bit more than the others. The fact that Torden chooses Grave Lake to come back into this world is, I don't think, a coincidence. And piecing together all the various stories and myths about Torden, it would almost make sense that the Great Entrance was caused by him, and that he was the sole driving force behind that first earth-shattering event. So perhaps there's some connection there, and if that's the connection, then what stopped him was Shevla. And if that's the case, then any records of Shevla would be in the Pruitt Empire, which we have had no access to, believe it or not.
But what if we could get access?
I've tried sending independent parties, Porter being one of them, and I have not had any success.
Do you think you would be able to maybe forge some documents that would show us as an adventuring group within the Pruitt Empire?
That might be a bit beyond my means. The Pruitt Empire function in a very different way.
So is there just no way to get this information at all?
Well, I imagine that the information is somewhere, but it's not available to me. And there is a sick irony in that.
Do you think the Dragon Dude knows? I think the Dragon Dude might know. He knows a lot of stuff.
I imagine it can't hurt to ask. But I don't think me and that individual are on speaking terms yet.
You should try. He seems friendly enough.
He literally told us to call him friend.
Well, now you all know. It's a little strange. I haven't told anyone but my wife, and seemed to be a bit too much for her.
She's been through a lot.
And hopefully she will be left alone wherever she finds herself now.
Did that have anything to do with this?
I wish I could say that it didn't, but I probably was misguided in sharing this information with her. She was already not herself after Jarrell's return.
It brings up bile in my throat to ask you this, but who is your successor?
That is a thought that has been running through my head for quite some time. Legally, it is still my son, but we all know of his capabilities at this point. I have set up that if anything were to happen to me, that Clifford would keep things going so that there was no instability. And I have talked with the king a fair extent on decisions that need to be made if that certain event happens. But it's not really set in stone at this point.
The king doesn't know about this vision?
The king is a very busy man. Troubling him with things of this nature might not be the best choice.
I think now I should not speak for all of the Golden Hearts, but I want to adopt this cause as one of my own.
Kind of
Yeah. I'm already on board. I make a visit to the Dragon Man.
It's been clear this is my destiny since joining this group.
JD has no choice. He follows some god that took possession of his body, so he's with us.
I am dedicated to the preservation of life in this world. Don't worry. I am here to make the best choice.
As you all speak, you see a small tear rolling down the kind of gaunt cheek of the Duke. Kind of his face just shaking ever so slightly as he tries to hold back yet another kind of emotional show. I didn't think you were all masochists, but the help would be appreciated.
Well, just don't make us sign a contract this time.
I'm already pretty massive, so.
I think that maybe we should speak more tomorrow. It's been quite the eventful evening, and I am a bit drained.
Of course, Duke. We'll come to the castle in the morning, then?
I will eagerly receive you. Good night, Golden Hearts, and I appreciate all that you have done for this realm.
Well, we're not done yet.
And neither are you.
And then looks over at the gnome, who's kind of been keeping his distance during the conversation, kind of nodding his head towards him. He's like, Okay, yes. And he begins to like move around his desk, like grabbing different vials and whatnot, kind of bringing them over to the table. The Duke kind of looking over you all and kind of like giving you a last little head bow.
I think this is our time to go, guys. Let's just...
Return the gesture and depart.
So you would find yourself back in the Great Hall, or out in the courtyard outside the temple, however far you guys want to leave. Any conversations between here and the tavern, I'm assuming, is your goal?
Jarek is going to stick around at the temple unless they close completely and kick people out. Like, how long could Jarek stay in the temple?
I mean, if you had a reason to be there, probably some time.
Like, through the whole night?
Well, what are you trying to do, Jarek? Give me that.
So, thematically speaking, Jarek would try and spend a night in prayer, actually, seeking the guidance of Dog, if he is to, respond, and get a little bit of, a deific perspective. I can't think of the
Divine
word.
perspective.
Divine perspective.
I've ran into that before. You all find yourself out in the plaza just outside of High Temple after leaving the Duke.
I would remind JD not to go into any locked doors or attempt to go into any locked doors, as that has burned us in the past. I would go out to the courtyard.
I don't think Valorant doesn't initiate any conversation. Probably the rest of the night, like all the way back to the tavern. He's just sort of in thought.
Okay.
Well, I'm definitely talking. I just think what I say, or say what I think.
Go for it.
Have any of you ever been to the lake of dead people?
No, I've heard of it, but never had any cause to vacation there.
Have I been
No, I wouldn't say so.
I haven't set foot in Pruid.
Seems like very scary stuff. Like, I mean, did you see the size of that guy?
Yes, I'm quite regretting not being drunk at the moment.
Okay.
I mean, I really think that Choroman, friend, I think he could help. I mean, he fixed Rolly, kind of.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but that's like a minor thing, I have this. JD has his little jiggle tattoo. So, we all got our stuff. Except for Valorant.
Valorant's quite perfect, really.
Yeah, I think we need to fix that. Maybe when we get up to the, the place, we can talk about it and see what happens there. Anyways, I don't know. He seems to know a lot, but not know a lot. You know what I'm saying? Valorant. Oh, you were there for that. You remember him. Oh, yeah, because the tree picked up your horse. Right. What are your thoughts on Friend?
I think that he's quite insane, but he may be the only hope that the Duke has.
Yes, his sanity is really not the matter.
I'm really just trying to think of the powerful people that we know, and we have Duke Braun and that guy.
Yes.
And if Duke Braun's gone, we just have this guy.
Well, then clearly we must gather more information, make more acquaintances, keep our ears to the ground for mentions of Tordan or anything on that scale.
How long did it take for us to get to... Or I guess how long would it take for us to get to, like, if we went to, I don't know, whatever our town's name is.
Corel?
Yeah, Corel. If we went from there to, like, say I traveled through, like, to the place, how long would that take, roughly? No. The dragon dude's place.
It's like 2 days over the mountain, roughly.
Yeah, because it's just right around that mountain range.
Yeah.
If I wear the boots, is it faster?
If you're going alone and really pushing it, you could probably make it a bit quicker, yeah. And since you're kind of like used to traveling mountain ranges, I could. Yeah.
Okay. I have other things I need to talk to him about, so I could definitely be down to go see him.
You want to talk to friend?
We're like best friends. Me and the Duke are best friends. Me and Friend are best friends. I'm friends with all the powerful people.
But it's Braun who needs to talk to friend, I think.
Well, he needs to go see Friend. But I need to find a way, if there's like a way we can get Braun to Friend without making him travel all the way across the...
I don't think that Braun would be up to that journey.
And also Friend can't leave, that we know of.
But they are capable of communicating over long distances, so...
But that's only... It's only with the gem. And he doesn't have a gem. I have a gem. And What's-His-Face has a gem.
If Friend is as powerful as we believe him to be, there might be something he can do that we can't even conceive of.
True.
If he can't solve a communication problem, then he will definitely not be able to help Braun.
Well, that's what we got to talk to him about in the first place. Because I haven't heard anything from him, so clearly he has some sort of communication issue, because I haven't gotten something in my head. I haven't gotten something from Carl. I haven't got any Carl mail. I got nothing from him.
I would imagine that we let Braun figure out his own way to Friend.
I think we
With our
also
directions.
probably also see what he has to say in the morning. Maybe he's devising a plan as he does that we don't know about yet.
I'm really not sure he's got too many mornings left, though.
I think he does. It's sad to say, but I think he kind of implied that he was going to be around for a while because, torture and pain and suffering, and why die when you can...
Whether he's alive or not, his capacity to rule and be effective and be here in that sense might not be much longer.
Also, do we trust Clifford?
He does.
But do we?
Yes, Clifford's an ass, but I've seen no dishonesty in him so far.
He's never been mean that I know of, that I can remember, but I just don't know much about him.
Well then.
And I think to hand over that much power to somebody we don't know is a bit scary.
It's really not our concern if you come right down to it.
If it weren't Clifford, it would be someone else that is completely unknown to us.
And we do have a working relationship with Clifford.
True. He's brought you a lot of bacon sandwiches.
Yes, and at least it's not porter.
suppose they're still alive? Who knows?
So as you guys finish up your conversation, moving through Hightown and back towards the familiar tavern, it's very late at this point. It's maybe like 1 a.m. at this point. As you move through the familiar streets towards the sliver of the moon, you're tired. You're a little cranky at this point because you guys really haven't slept in an entire day. You've had a lot of trauma and intrigue and information thrown your way. You were just very sapped and tired as you finally kind of reach the street that the sliver of the moon is on. Is that where you guys are heading towards?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you all, plod your way sleepily towards it, pushing the door open and going inside, there's very few lights on in the tavern at this point, this being one of the only times that taverns are kind of dead, dead center in the middle of the night. But as you get inside, and you look off into the corner, you see one of the tables in the main room has a candle on it, just casting a little bit of light around the immediate area. And Valorant, as you step forth and take a glance over, you see the familiar sight of Sir Ollum kind of propped on the table, drinking a bit of wine, kind of eyeing you from his position. Go ahead and throw me a history check, Valorant.
Do I see him as well?
Yeah, you all would see him as you walk in. Okay, so Valorant, even though you're tired, and it's been a long day, and there's a lot more on your mind right now than what's going on in Folk, as you see him, you very quickly remember the last time that you had seen Sir Ollum. Thinking back to, all those years ago, I guess at this point, the last time that you saw him, he was participating in a tournament in the Queen's Hall. And, there's a lot of festivity that day, and you kind of, almost had a jovial relationship with him, more or less. This was far before the kind of intensity relationship that you and Lord Solomon had at this point, your father being the leader of your house at this point. But you remember distinctly seeing him up on the podium at the end of the tournament, where he had placed second place in the fencing tournament, which, doesn't seem all that exciting, except for the fact that this is right dead center in the royal capital, where there's lots of, fighters of great prowess. So getting second place is a pretty good achievement to get in that situation. But that's the last image you kind of have of him as you snap back to where you see him now.
So I'll sort of stop in the middle of the floor where I am, and I want to catch Rolly and Thor's eyes, and when I can catch their gaze, then I'll sort of just dart my eyes around the room, maybe wave a finger toward the corners of the room, and then without turning to look at him, I'll just say, "You can tell Horace I'm on my way."
You hear in response from the corner, "As all of your time over here in I don't know why this is Irish. I need to get back in my Sir Ollum."
Accent now.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's Mario.
Yeah, thank you. Has all your time in Giles' kingdom made you devoid of simple respect, Lord Athelbin?
No.
Why won't you come share a drink with me then and exchange some pleasantries?
Because I'm tired, and I'm done drinking. And I'm gonna also perception check.
Okay, go for it.
As he's doing that, I'll separate a little bit and head over to the side of the room.
Okay. So, with the various conditions and the situation that you're in, Valorant, you don't quite see much. Your focus kind of being drawn back to Sir Ollum again and again. He kind of like tips his glass over towards you. From what I remember, you partook in drink quite regularly.
As regularly as any in folk society.
Then you will know that upon meeting a friend after a long time, a drink is the right course of action.
Of course. When I'm reunited with a friend, I will do that.
You see his smile kind of growing a bit, kind of nodding his head. I will meet you tomorrow then. If you are too tired to have a respectable conversation now, we shall have it in the morning.
The message has been received, sir. There's no need for wasting time with another conversation.
The message may be received, but the answer has not found its way to the appropriate parties.
Then you can carry it to them. I'm on my way.
Well, that is all well and good, but you will be on your way with an escort, as someone befitting your station deserves.
Indeed, and one that I have chosen.
I do not see why there's so much friction. I have been very polite, and I have traveled quite a ways for you, Lord Athelbane.
You have traveled quite a ways to pay respects at the funeral of the wife of the leader of the coalition.
I found myself here with just a coincidence.
And you and I have spent our lives in folk. We know that veiled threats are still threats. There's nothing polite about any of this.
Well then, let me pull back the veil for you. If I do not accompany you back to my liege, then I will have to force you back to my liege, and that is distasteful.
You know he's not alone, right?
Neither am I.
How not alone are you?
I have a capable bunch of companions.
If you insist on buzzing around me for the entire road back to folk, then only one of us will return to your liege. I'll intimidate on that one.
Okay, go for it. Thor, roll, you doing anything? Oh wow, god damn it. Let's go for it. Of course. So he kind of like finishes the last bit of his wine, kind of setting down the the empty glass on the table. And he kind of, for the first time, loses the kind of sly, smirky demeanor that he had when you came in. And you see a much more serious face staring across from you. Lord Athelbane, it has been quite some time since I have killed a noble. And I would like to avoid that.
This is the last time I'm going to say it. And then you must prepare yourself to try again. Tell Lord Salomon I am coming. Because I most definitely am.
He kind of just nods, looks over at Thor and Rolly, kind of like clicks his glass on the table a few times, shrugs, stands up, and goes to leave. So you were all left in the main room of the tavern.
Can't we just have any peace for a night?
Not anytime soon. We'll have to keep a watch.
Yeah, I think JD may get assassinated in the middle of the night in the temple, but I think other than that, I think we three should probably keep a watch.
I agree. I'm not particularly tired after that drink I had. I'll stay up first.
I'll take the last watch. It'll take me some time to find any rest.
Just a small point of order. I think I speak for Thor and myself when I say, we can handle this one tonight. Why don't you rest up? It sounds as if you've got a bit of an agenda tomorrow.
The most dangerous time will be when we are trying to leave the city. I doubt that even Alam would be damned fool enough to start a battle in the streets while the King of Giles is here.
Underestimating fools, you shouldn't make a habit of that, Lord Valorant. Hey, just look where it's got you with me.
You slap him on the shoulder.
Lower back.
He sort of chews the corner of his mouth and then just heads up the stairs.
Okay.
At this point, I'll try to search my memory for the traditions and the legalities involved here, like why it would be so important to Salomon to get me back.
Okay. Trying to figure out what would be the best way to facilitate that.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
So Valor, are you keeping watch or no? Are you taking Rolly and Thor up on their offer?
For now, yeah.
Okay, so Rolly and Thor, go ahead and give me perception checks.
I'm also going to barricade the room.
Okay. Give me history first. Let me just see where your history hits. Jesus Christ. Go ahead and give me just a straight intelligence with advantage. Okay. So is it Rolly taking first watch, Thor taking second?
Yeah.
Yo.
Okay. So, folks' laws, or its system of laws, is very difficult to kind of get a grasp on. It's been kind of amended to death because of how old it is and how much legality there actually is in the ruling class. There's, very finite laws down to like what kind of food you can eat on a specific day or what holiday to, bigger, wider, sweeping laws as far as like, chain of succession and that kind of thing. And, you were kind of taught the important bits of that with your certain upbringing, but it is just a lot to really drudge through, especially in kind of a short time frame with no real books or tools to kind of refer to. But as you think through it, there are plenty of reasons or plenty of laws that require the other party's blessing or signature or approval in some way, shape, or form. This can range from like a land transaction to an agreement of an alliance or trade, various other different things. Weddings and whatnot might fall into this category. So if you think through the chain of events that you've had with Lord Solomon so far, and trying to parse together what might be on his agenda, you could probably haggle a guess that having you sign off or agree or do something of that nature is probably why he needs you there alive. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So Thor and Rolly, as you take up the watch and kind of sit through the night, I imagine you were all gathering in the bedroom, Valorant barricading the door, and then one of you just kind of being idly awake as the time passes. I would imagine you guys would, sleep kind of late into the day, since it's already kind of like 1 or 2, with the watches and everything going on. You're probably not leaving the room to around noon or 1 the next day. So you'll be sitting there for quite some time. The first watch with Rolly being rather silent and kind of uneventful as the hours kind of continue to stretch on. You would eventually start hearing the noises of people kind of like stirring, getting ready for the day. The tavern kitchen kind of starting to prep the meals and food and whatnot. Eventually Rolly would find his way to sleep, and Thor would pick up with the various like noises of the day starting and people kind of walking by your door idly for, accessing the bath and that kind of stuff. Nothing really stands out to you. There's no danger or things that cause the hairs on the back of your neck to stand up. Just kind of sitting there, passing the time, kind of just, reflecting on the various things that have happened. And as we kind of reach noon and the city's like finally kind of alive as it should be, we'll pick back up there after our 10-minute break. So it is late into the day. We'll go with like 1 o'clock at this point. As finally like the party has kind of like gotten enough rest, gone through their watches and whatnot, and find themselves finally kind of stirring after the night. No one seems to have disturbed you, whether that be Adam or a courier or a messenger of any sort. So you were just kind of left more or less to relax, reset, and then awaken in a new day. Still no sign of Jarek. Is there anything that you guys want to do?
Probably like to knock on Valorant's door.
Well, you guys are in the same room.
Oh, did we go to... I thought I was still up.
I mean, yeah, you were on the watch, but
yeah,
everyone's kind of stirring with you in that room.
Oh, I thought it was outside of the room. My bad.
You're good.
Rolly.
Thor.
Oh, okay, you're awake. Cool. Lord Devourin.
Yes, Thor.
All right, everybody's awake. Cool. So you guys ready? Got a official meeting with the Duke.
Yes, an unofficial meeting with Lord Salamander's Newtling thing, whatever he is.
His name is Ollie.
Yes, sure, whatever.
No sense in putting this day off.
So, you guys finally leave your room and head down to the main room of the Sliver of the Moon. Wow, that's a lot of ooms. You don't find anything of any interest there, unless you wanted to like order some drinks or some food or whatnot. I imagine you could walk out into the street and start making your way up towards Hightown.
We don't see Ollie.
Ollie is not there, no.
Okay. I'll just keep an eye out for him.
Okay. But if you guys choose to begin making your way to Hightown, it's a very familiar path at this point. Going over High Bridge, waving to the guards as you pass by. Still the same gold and black guards are kind of intermingled with the Krator guards. You do see that people are now actively beginning to take down the black and white decorations from the funeral. Various like carts and wagons kind of going around full of, semi-dead floral that has now been piled up inside of them. But you make your way through Hightown. People are going about their day. Not much of interest as you make your way up to the castle itself.
Did he say where to meet him?
Just said,
castle.
yeah.
Okay. I imagine we would just make our usual route into the castle.
Mm-hmm. You have a little, interaction with the eyeball guy as you step past and get into the courtyard. Eventually getting into the Great Hall. As you do, you see, it appears that I don't know if festivity is the right word, but the gathering of individuals from yesterday that were all there to give their condolences have kind of left, plates and platters and empty glasses kind of all throughout, and the servants are now kind of actively beginning to clean it up, like cleaning up a rager at like 6 a.m. before the parents show up. But you step in, everyone's there's a flurry of motion going around in the Great Hall. You see Clifford kind of on the other end of it, kind of dictating where people should be and what people should be doing. He sees you step in, kind of like raises his hand at you, kind of like gestures you towards him.
Well, Clifford.
Hello, welcome to Castle Krellinid again, my lords, and not my lords. What do you need today?
We were told to meet the Duke today.
Well, he still has not left his chambers, but I can certainly go see if he's up.
Yes, we can wait in the waiting room.
I see that you know the drill, Thor. I appreciate it.
Been here before.
Did you... Well... I know things are a bit strained, and he's probably rather busy, but if your chef could prepare one or two of his delicacies,
Sir Halfbeard, it has been a rather somber couple days, and it would bring me great joy to see the face of Luke Rain if I ask him for another bacon sandwich. So I think we can make that happen.
Clifford, you're the finest man I've met this morning, named Clifford.
I tried my best.
Saved yourself there, Rolly.
He then bows his head. He's like, I will let the Duke know, and I will send the food to the waiting room, if you could find your own way there.
Valorn's just frowning and sort of nods.
Okay. So he would quickly disappear, leaving you guys to go to the kind of parlor area, which, again, Thor, you would recognize that the furniture has been actively nailed to the floor after your previous attempts. But yeah, you're left. There's kind of like the generic setting of wine and finger food that kind of seems to just be constantly refreshed in there for whoever who's like visiting the castle. You probably wait there for about 10 or 15 minutes before a tray of bacon sandwiches are brought to you. The servant that brings them to you looking a little bit paler than usual, but puts them down and then skirts off. But you're just kind of left there for a small time.
Didn't I move paintings last time?
Yes, you did.
No,
You
they
moved
still
one
move.
painting. Yes, they are.
Let's go. Okay. As long as there's something wrong, I just need to...
Okay.
Would any of you care for a sandwich?
Valorn just shakes his head.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they just ordered it for you, so they may just all be for you.
Oh, no. There's plenty to share.
You could also save some for our fire pet.
I think we should call him Lord Salamander.
I don't know that we should give him that much power. He may go a little power crazy. Anybody want to arm wrestle? No? Okay.
Valor just stares into space.
Okay. So probably about like 20 or so minutes go by, left with your bacon sandwiches and your thrilling conversation, before eventually you are... The door opens and you are greeted with Clifford, kind of bowing his head down towards you. He will see you in his chambers.
Hey, we know the way to that too.
Oh, well, not his office, his chambers. If you follow me.
Oh. I don't think we go.
So he would then guide you guys. That same kind of residential hallway that his office is set in, you just go a little bit farther past that to a different doorway. As he opens it up, it's a pretty swanky, right word? Yeah, bedroom for the time, nice 4-post bed, kind of animal furs filling out the majority of the empty space in the room, a nice big fireplace on the other side. There's various bits of evidence throughout the room that like some meals have been had here and some work has been done with like papers and quills and pens kind of scattered around the various surfaces. But as you step in, you see that Duke Braun is kind of like sat up slightly against the headboard of his bed, a nice heavy blanket kind of covering him as he's kind of just like gently resting his hands on his stomach. As you guys come in, he kind of like nods his head to you. I don't mean to be rude, but it is much easier for me to simply meet you here.
All right.
Quite understood.
If you would like, I can have them bring in some chairs, or you can stand, whatever would make you more comfortable.
Oh, no need. We can stand. We've been sleeping all day.
I wish I could relate. He then gestures to Clifford, who bows his head and steps out, closing the door behind him, leaving you all alone. You see a bit of his regal attitude that he was upholding when Clifford was there kind of sinks ever so slightly as it now just becomes you four. He kind of looks around. He's like, I didn't insult the fat one too much, did I?
No, he's quite the opposite of insulted. He's spent the night and most of the day so far in prayer and reflection, hoping to gain some sort of divine inspiration to help with your problem.
Well, as long as he understands that I'm only half jesting when I poke fun at him.
We always jest. Usually 3/4, if not full.
I'm
It's quite
usually
used to it.
Quarter. One quarter yes, 3/4 meaning, like to really stick a point to him.
As you are conversing, actively discussing your rotund friend. Let me fix my camera a little bit more. There's a gentle knock on the door. Clifford kind of opening ever so slightly, nodding his head. It seems that Master Jarek has found his way here. And then he kind of gestures behind him, and Jarek, you come walking into the Duke's personal bedroom, is where you were all gathered at this point. He is laid out in the bed, looking still sickly and frail, but you see him kind of get a little bit of a nice, comforting smile on his face as you walk in. He's like, oh, well, thankfully you can join us, sir.
Duke Braun, it pains me to see you like this, but I'm glad to be here with you, that I might offer at least a modicum of comfort.
Well, anyway, I don't quite know what all information to give you all, but I certainly can answer any questions that may have cropped up over the night, if you have any.
Nothing new arise overnight that concerns our situation, as discussed last night, Lord.
Your agents are entirely out of leads.
I guess I wouldn't say entirely. It's just that more or less all roads lead to the Empire, sadly. So I'm just in the dark there. I have sent out feelers and I've tried to gather as much information as I can, but it is not an environment that I'm used to going through. I can certainly hand over the theories and the bits of information that we've put together, but I don't quite know how much farther you could take those.
Well, I think we would certainly like to have that. You never know what may be important.
Duke Braun, I'm not sure why you would have this type of information, but would you happen to know of the location of any dragons that remain?
Kind of looks a little bit confused and shrugs slightly. I have heard rumors, potentially. Why do you ask?
Well, seems to me if we are to face Torden, he, hopefully we can catch him when he's not whole. And I know that Dragon's Breath can be one of the most destructive forces. Perhaps whenever we get to a point that maybe we have the ability to destroy some pieces of him, we could seek out a dragon and have it done.
Certainly a storybook-esque solution, Sir Jarek. I don't quite know how likely that plan will take place, but I can dig up any sort of rumors of dragons and send them your way.
As I said, I did not expect that you would have this information, but if you have even a crumb, it is appreciated that you share it.
Is that what Dog told you overnight? Dragons?
I'll tell you about it later, Thor.
Master Halfbeard, there is one bit of information, I guess, that would pertain to you more or less. In the various books that we found, from the Hollow Keepers, the cult that was in the monastery before you all cleared it out of the orcs, there is mention of a dwarven deity that is referred to in strange ways, but could more or less refer to the mother that you worship yourself. It seems, as far as I can tell and what we can decipher, that she had something to do with the first time that Torden was pushed back. So there might be some lead there, but my contacts in Bronshard are not that deep.
Well, certainly worth following up on, and to be sure, I was going to enlist the aid of all those many folk who are smarter than me back in Bronshard.
Well, I think a dwarf looking into this, who is from Bronshard, would probably get a bit further than I, and maybe there is some piece of the puzzle there that I won't be able to scrounge up that you can.
Indeed.
Well, besides that, I can certainly contact my scholars and gather up what information I have, but how do you see the Golden Hearts assisting? Is more or less my question here.
Well, it began with assisting a small town that seemed to snowball from there. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up assisting with the whole damn thing.
Duperon, the survival of our worlds is of the utmost importance. We are but lowly adventurers, but even if we can make 1% of difference in changing this fate that this evil deity wishes upon the world, we must try.
He picks now to be modest.
Well, Sir Jarek, if we get out on the other side of this, I imagine quite a ballad could be written about all the events that take place.
It perhaps even a bestowing of noble title, just as, if that comes into play.
How about we see if your town can last under your leadership for a few months first?
Certainly.
Our resources remain limited, but we also have quite a lot of independence. If there is a way into Prurid, we are more likely to find it than your men.
If I was to be blunt, and I do not want to make choices for your life, because your lives are your own, except for when I have blackmail on you, then they are mine. But it seems that the pieces of Toradan, once he was separated, were spread out over a vast distance. And more or less there is a piece of him in every major faction across Asmiliath. I don't quite know which have been found and which have been moved and where they might finally rest, but there is a lot of different places to seek out a potential way of stopping the future that has been shown to us. Even if we can just prevent one piece from being brought to the lake or found, then maybe we can prevent the whole thing. So I can give you the information that I have as to the last known whereabouts or the information we gathered from the Hollow Keepers, and you can look into them wherever you find yourself or wherever you may want to go.
Of
course.
Our next destination is Lord Valron's hometown.
Yes, the situation in Folk is more and more urgent for me by the day, but there are also historians there that would have been beneath your notice that whose teachings I could refer to on the chance that they may mention something that could help us.
Well, if you can address problems in your personal life and assist our ventures in the catastrophe to come, then I say that that's probably a good path to follow.
In that regard, I am once again embarrassed in that I must seek your assistance, even as we are trying to assist you.
Well, that is what friends are for, is it not, Lord Valorant?
Best friends.
Salomon's dog, one of them, is here in Kraylin now. He attended the proceedings yesterday.
Yes, he was the one that I sent to the cellars.
He visited us again at our inn last night. He's quite intent on escorting me. This interference will do nothing to hasten our uncovering of Toradan clues. I have
So
reason to
you're-
believe that he will harass us within or nearly within Kraylin.
So are you asking for me to run interference as you exit Kraylin?
That would be perfect.
I can certainly do that much, but as far as detaining or arresting a connected nobility to folk, is something that I cannot do at this time. My relationship with your queen is not at its best right now. But I can certainly slow him down.
That should be more than enough. Thank you.
What is your plan, Lord Valorant? I do not mean to pry, but from one noble to another, the path that you're about to go down can decide a fair bit for your future.
Who else is in the room? Anybody else?
I mean, just the party and him.
Party and him? Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that Count Salaman hastened his wife's end and now intends to marry my sister, and thereby gaining my holdings as inheritance. It's my best guess.
It's a fair assumption, I would say. I do not know Lord Solomon, I'm sure, as much as you do, but if that is the case, then if you handle yourself correctly, it could turn in your favor, as many political frictions can.
I intend to handle this with finesse. But I cannot limit myself. You understand?
Well, if you ever want to seek counsel from a veteran of the political world or need any sort of assistance, you can certainly send a message my way.
I will. That will be very helpful.
I will try my best to be sound of mind when giving you any advice.
Well, something tells me that if you're even mostly or partly there, that will be more than most could muster.
Well, I will get the information to you from my scholars. I don't have it all on the top of my head. And I will run the interference that you desire with Sir Alden. And I will... Yes.
Will you seek help from the individual at Thrice Tower?
You see him take a moment, letting out kind of a deep breath. I have my reservations about reaching out to someone that, if your description is accurate, describe our friend. There is too many powerful entities in this world, many of them unknown. Adding another one could lead to catastrophe.
I understand
Don't mean to be
completely.
insensitive, but looks like you could use all the help you could get, and he really is quite powerful.
Sir
I must tell you
Haspia,
In the short time that I observed him, I can tell you that he is quite removed from our day-to-day concerns. And if you visit him, you should abandon all pretense. And Valorn sort of gestures around the grand bedroom. Within his realm, his tiny realm, his power would appear to be absolute. But it is also real.
you see him nodding along, and then he goes to address Rolly. Sir Halfbeard, the world is full of stories of powerful men trying to stave off death and going to any lengths to do so. And usually those are tales of caution, because they end in misery for the common folk and the people around them, and that is something that I would like to avoid.
Yes, but sometimes I go to wipe my ass and it looks as if there's nothing on the paper. Sometimes you're in for a special treat that day.
The wisdom of the mother is quite astounding.
I couldn't agree more.
I will think upon it, but I don't think that I would seek him out even if my situation was more dire than it is now.
Well, I think that when we take our leave from you, we will depart Kraylin immediately. Yes? So, goodbye, Braun, and be well.
I shall pray for your swift journey to Folk, and hope that whatever finds you there is easily overcome. Goodbye, Golden Hearts. It has been a pleasure.
Goodbye, Duke Braun. You're a good man, and they need more like you.
He just kind of nods his head.
Oh, I do have one thing.
Yes, Thor.
So you know the little, oh, kind of flick Carl, the little gem.
Yes.
Do you have like another one of those that you connect to this one, or do I need to have Croak send that one back here? Because I've gotten like 0 messages from Croak, and like no communication. I mean, JD doesn't want to talk to him. He doesn't want to talk to JD. So I mean, I feel like it's better, you know, me and you, we communicate really well. We're best friends, you know, we talk all the time. So I could be your on-the-road man, letting you know, like, what we're doing, what we found, what we didn't find, if you have information.
He kind of nods, and then he brings up a kind of frail hand pointing to Carl. He's like, it appears that you have a message that you haven't received yet.
What? Carl!
And Carl's gem is glowing, but the Duke does continue. It would take me some time to craft another. I can certainly do that, but it would be a week or more.
Well, we're probably going to be gone for more than a week. It takes us like a week probably to get there. Maybe more.
Well, I can put that in the works and have it for you when you return.
That's all that I had that I know of. I do want to look for magic things, you know, all the time, but I feel like I can adventure other places for that.
As you kind of like trail off into nonsense, you see a nice smile kind of growing on his face. Thrasius, the innocence that you wield, don't lose that.
I haven't done anything wrong so far.
So far.
My hands are pretty clean. I'll just like slightly look to JD.
Yes, Thor, you are a beacon of hope in these dark times. Duke Braun, thank you so much for your hospitality.
The Golden Hearts are welcome at Kraylin Castle anytime.
Oh, away we go. See you in like 2 months.
I'll be here.
I mean, that's the hope.
So, as the Golden Hearts depart, you are back in that residential hallway, moving back towards kind of the grand hallway. Are you leaving the castle fully? Where are you guys heading?
Question for you,
Yes.
real quick. Lady Heather Kardish was being sent to marry the Duke?
No.
It
Jarrell.
was the guy
No.
that we encountered on the road.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, so that was his wife. She got assassinated.
What was his name? It was something Flathill.
Yeah.
Lord Nicholas Flathill was the man that she was going to marry.
Yeah.
Okay.
She got shanked. Well, as we're leaving, I assume we're just all leaving the castle.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just kind of go ahead of the group, walk backwards in front of them. So I have like one thing I need to do, which should probably be really quick, but I just need to go do it. I'll be back real quick. Oh, wait. Oh, I'll stop like, 20 feet. Realize that I have Carl. JD!
Thank you, Thor. Yeah.
Yep.
Are you heading off towards Agnar's?
Yes.
Okay.
Getting that done.
Okay. What is the rest of the party doing?
We gotta go back to the wagon and tell Talmian to prepare for departure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we need to find Adam and get him ready to go.
Okay. So, yes.
Can I listen to that message?
Yes. So it's from Croak, obviously. Boss. Your wife has begun a gossiping group. There has been mention. What am I at?
That should be 11.
Okay. Of a gray-haired elf before Armo's death. Does that fit?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
Shit.
Wait, my earpiece fell out. What just happened?
A gray-haired elf.
Awesome. Is that... Oh! There was something I needed to do that I just forgot about.
What was that?
Alright. So I'll be like halfway across the bridge and I'll just sprint back.
To the group?
Nope, past them.
To the castle?
Yep.
Okay.
I need to, I guess, see Clifford, or if I'm allowed to go, probably not go back to see the Duke, but see Clifford.
We'll go with Clifford. So you come
Okay.
barging into the Great Hall. Clifford's still cleaning things up. Looks over. He looks a little confused. They're gathering the notes now. They'll be set.
Clifford, Duke Braun, tell him, you know the girl that we were with a long time ago. Everybody didn't like her. Calliope.
Yes, the young elf woman that you.
Yeah, she had a sister. Okay, she had a sister.
Well, many do.
Okay, but she had a sister that was with us when we confronted a certain individual, and have we just make sure that Duke Broad still knows that she is somewhere out there, and we might want to find her.
Well, wasn't she set to be executed?
No, that's Calliope, not the sister.
Okay. Yes, I can pass that information along.
Because I don't know how much you know, but basically just let her know that she was with us when we went to find the object. And, yeah. The sister, just remind them about the sister.
Yes, though.
And I'll just sprint back past them.
Okay. So back to the party.
I would look over at Rolly. Rolly, real quick, do you happen to remember what color that young wood elf that was with us back in Dragon Cliff Mines, what hair color he had?
House brown?
Can I remember that?
Are you thinking of Hayes?
I am thinking of Hayes.
Yeah.
He had brown hair.
Okay.
I got it right.
Okay, brown hair. Shit. So guys, apparently there was a gray-haired elf seen around the time of the madman's murder back in Corel. I can't think of many gray-haired elves that we've run across. Lord Valoran, some backstory for you. One of our former party members had a sister who was with us for a short time. Seemed very capable in the martial arts, if you will. If she is causing trouble for Corel, that could cause trouble for us. So just be wary of anyone with gray or silver hair who is an elf.
As I'm running by, I'll just snatch Carl again.
Okay.
Another foe hounding our steps.
Well, she had quite a fancy upon me, but I married. I can't do that.
Uh-huh.
But just to warn y'all. Okay.
Okay.
Valoran, if you will, lead on.
All right. We have a lot to do. I hope we get those notes quickly from bronze people.
Do you want me to stay up here in Hightown and retrieve them?
Makes sense. Thank you, Jarek.
Yes, gladly. Certainly.
So, Jarek will hang around Hightown and Rolly and Valorant will head back to the tavern?
I think Jarek would probably head over to the Glistening Globe.
I fucking knew it.
To wait for the notes. Wait maybe an hour, and then jump back over to the castle.
Okay. So Thor, you are heading to Agnar's. We'll make this a quick back and forth. You are looking to make a sheath with the fur of Hormtar?
Yeah, so basically making a sheath with, how I described it, with fur along the edges. And also I want to see if I can, because I imagine sheaths aren't that expensive.
Yeah, depends.
Okay, well, I'd like to see if I can trade my shield in for that.
Okay. The kind of rundown you would get is how well you want this made. Like, he could quickly fashion something for you that would be functional that day, but if you want, a nice, elegant looking sheath, it'd probably be, a couple days or a week of work to do that.
I do want something fancy. How fast can you make something quick?
I mean, if you need something that day, it would more or less just be functional.
Okay, then I'd like a functional thing for now with a contract to do one, to get one in the works that's fancy.
Okay.
I'm willing to pay for the trade for the fancy one, and then, or however it works out.
Yeah, so he'll take the shield as payment for fashioning the sheath today, and then whenever you return to make a better one, he'll charge you for that.
Okay, but I've put it in the contract for him to make it, so it should be ready whenever I get back.
Well, aren't you using the sheath that you're getting today?
No, I'm buying a ghetto sheath and then I'm putting in a contract to make a
Okay,
bet.
so you're buying something just to, not with the fur and everything, just to
Yes.
function. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then like I guess I can pay for it when I get back.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
okay. Works for me.
All right.
So, and then you're returning to the tavern after that?
You're
Okay. Rolly and Valoran, I imagine you'd get to the tavern before Jarek and whatnot, so is there anything you guys want to do specific while you're there?
I guess, talk to Valoran.
Okay.
Been quite the day. What do you make of all of this?
The world's going to hell in a handbasket. And he's like, he probably goes to the room if you go with him, and he's sort of gathering belongings and so on. Sort of half paying attention.
And no word from your visitor from last night.
Not yet. After the way that conversation ended, I imagine that he will want to start the next one quite a bit differently.
Quite curious to see how many people he's got with him.
More than I would want to have to cut down on the Duke's doorstep. Must be quite some number if he feels so confident in being able to, I assume, kill you and drag me back to Folk.
Yes, he didn't seem quite bothered by us at all, and not to blow our own horn, but I mean, he must have heard of our group and of some idea of our capabilities. I do hope the Duke can keep him tied up as we leave.
Have faith. And we won't waste time.
And how are you doing? Seems as if you've got quite a bit of stress on your plate lately.
Of course, there is no other state of being anymore.
Oh, there is. It's a balance that I think some of the more successful people manage. Seems as if the more powerful you get, the more stress you're going to have, but maybe find something to balance that with. Maybe have our fat friend teach you to play an instrument or something.
Perhaps another time.
Yes, perhaps.
So, Thor, you would come back to the tavern at some point after your adventure. Jarek heading up to the castle to retrieve notes and whatnot. I'm assuming one of you will kind of mention to Adam that it's time to get up and go at some point.
First.
Yeah.
Like when we got back to the tavern.
Mm-hmm. Once you did that, like the kind of small interaction you would have had was him coming back from his mother's, having kind of just dropped off part of his pay to her and whatnot. Very eager to get back on the road and very adept at getting that going before you kind of go inside to pack up yourself. Jarek, eventually, if you go back to the castle, kind of check back in, you would be handed the various notes and like pieces of paper and bits of artwork and I guess signs that they have kind of gathered for you. That'll be a whole plethora of stuff that we'll get to at some point, but you have those in your possession. I'm assuming you're heading back to the tavern as well.
Yes, I would actually want to not necessarily read, but skim through everything I could on the walk back with the intention of potentially visiting it again, that memory, with the Crown of Memories. So that way I have all of them looked at least once.
Okay.
To be accessible later.
Okay. Easy enough. You just kind of like flash them in front of you every so often and do that as you go?
Choice.
Okay. But yeah, so eventually you would all kind of be gathered outside the tavern, cart packed, Adam ready, Sparky in the wagon, kind of ready to go. Well, where are we off to? Corel? Dragon Cliff Mines? Somewhere new?
North.
North.
Oh, well. Seem a bit dreary today.
Yes, it hasn't been much good news lately.
Well, I don't know about you all, but waking up to be part of the Golden Hearts every day is good enough news for me.
Valoran kind of looks back at him and just sort of squints, like a little Clint Eastwood squint, and then turns away.
Well, perhaps Jarek can lighten the mood with one of his cheery tunes. Then he kind of like starts the wagon to start going down the road.
I would love to play a song. Hopefully something I might have heard just previously that evening. There at the Glistening Globe. And just kind of start a little bit of a... Actually, what time of day is it right now?
You're getting probably near like 4-ish in the afternoon.
Okay. Okay, so I can be loud. So yeah, just a raucous, little something, probably not entirely befitting of the nobility in our group, but lead off with something upbeat and fast-paced.
Okay. So yes, you would all exit Kralin with Jarek's slightly sultry music playing in the background as you all depart back onto the familiar road. Are you guys just kind of set on going to folk, like letting things kind of pass you along the way? Are there certain stops you want to make? What's the kind of idea for this travel?
How long does it take to get to Bronze Shard?
So to Bronze Shard from Kralin, I think I roughly have that about a week and a half in that time range. So
I think that's what we said.
yeah.
Is there a route from Bronze Shard to where we're headed in folk that makes sense, or we'd have to go all the way around mountains or something?
Rolly would probably be the most knowledgeable about this. Kind of a small info dump of dwarves. Under the Hunter's Ridge Mountains is a vast network of underground highways. The dwarves, for back in kind of the ancient times of Asmiliath, functioned purely underground and weren't even known to the surface dwellers for quite some time. So there was a whole civilization kind of under the mountains for some time, and a lot of, kingdoms rose and fell in different eras of the dwarves were down in the depths without anyone really knowing about it. So there's a lot of infrastructure down there. Some of it's still usable, some of it not, some of it overran with kind of undesirables. There are ways through the dwarven highways to the different dwarven cities along the Hunter's Ridge Mountains and kind of through them more or less. So you could reasonably go to Bronze Shard and kind of pass through the mountains on the other way, but the roads that you might have to take could be potentially dangerous and whatnot. So maybe that's some information that you could kick around with.
Okay.
Valoran wouldn't mind going to folk by way of Bronze Shard. It's a route that Alum probably wouldn't take, so...
You would I would have kept watch for Ollie.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah.
Head on a swivel.
I kind of want to stop into Freesight City because it's a big city.
And it's the capital of the Giles Kingdom.
I would second that. And in bookkeeping purposes, how much Sparky juice do we have?
At this point, it's only been 4 days of him actually collecting it. So maybe like a gallon? We'll go with a gallon.
And it'll take about a week to get up that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're going to roughly go with a headcanon of a gallon a week will be the Sparky
Where are we
collection.
storing gallons of Sparky juice?
He collected a lot of buckets and barrels and different containers, so you guys have that.
Speaking of Sparky, where's he at?
He is still in the wagon. Adam has kind of become his caretaker, more or less, like keeping an eye on him at night, letting him fuck around in the day, just making sure he kind of stays out of trouble, and then, of course, per Jarek's request, milking Sparky every morning, so...
I'd like to give him a bacon sandwich.
Okay. Yeah, so as you guys are kind of heading out onto the main road, you've made it kind of away from Kraylin enough that it's kind of fading off into the distance. Adam kind of just, going about the routine of driving the wagon forward. Rolly, do you want Thor's horse? Sure.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, Thor's not using it?
Yeah.
Thor, you're not using your horse? You're just...
I guess not.
So as you are astride Thor's horse, which he so eagerly volunteered, you see the head of Sparky kind of like peeking over the edge of the wagon, kind of looking at you, and you see like the small slits of his nose, like... Bacon Man.
Yes, Bacon Man. I got you some fresh stuff. I'm quite sorry to say that your first experience was with stale bacon. This is fresh.
Yes. I like fresh. Fresh bugs. Fresh bugs. They squiggle and they worm and they crunch, and then when you swallow them, they still wiggle. So fresh bacon wiggles.
No, but it's just as juicy as fresh bugs. You'll see. Take a bite.
So he would take what you're offering him, and he kind of like plump back down into the wagon, kind of grabbing it with both hands. You see him begin to like eagerly kind of nibble on it. And again, Sparky's never been shown any sort of proper etiquette of eating or consuming food in any way. So he just kind of like rams it into his mouth and then just kind of gnaws on it with his gums, getting the majority of it.
Take it back out. Sparky, take it out of your mouth.
And like a bit of like chewed up sandwich kind of falls out of his mouth and back onto the top of the sandwich.
No. Now take a small bite and chew it for at least 10 chews.
Kind of like looks at you suspiciously, like you're trying to trick him out of something.
No, it makes the taste last longer. Try it. Small bite. 3, 4, 5.
And he very slowly chews through it, and you see him kind of nodding along as he chews.
Yes.
Isn't that better, Sparky? Eat your food slow and you get to enjoy it longer.
Very wise.
Yes. Now, for advanced tips on eating, talk to the fat man, but that should be enough to get you started.
As he's eating, you see him kind of like look around for a second and then look up at you, appearing to kind of like have some sort of deep thought for the first time during the day. Kind of like cocks his head to the side. He goes,
Family? Are you? Family.
I mean, as of right now, we're more like extended cousins, but give it a moment or two and... Yes, family. Why not?
Family never fed me. But this family feed me.
Yes, so there's different kinds of family. You can have good family and bad family, and We can be a good family.
Good family. And he begins to just kind of like eating his bacon sandwich some more.
This is an off-topic question. What are those boots called again? Are they in the...
Boots of the Winterland. They are not homebrewed. They are official magic items. So, where is the party heading? Let's reach a consensus there.
I voted the cap.
The capital, Free Sight City, is the capital of Giles.
Folk by way of Bronshard, by way of Freesight City.
Where is Bronshard on the map?
It is not on this map. I should probably go and fix that. Let me go ahead and... It is roughly...
Nice map, by the way.
Thank you. Bronshard is roughly, if this thing will let me draw... Yeah, there we go. It's like about there, if you see my little purple circle.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But there are various dwarven cities kind of dotting the Hunter's Ridge mountain range, but Bronshard is kind of like the face of the dwarven race, for more or less. It's kind of the closest to the edge of the mountains. It kind of sees the most travel and trade through there. So that's the one that most people are kind of familiar with, unless you're a dwarf yourself.
So this town would have the most involvement with them.
Yeah, it probably functions like an outpost. So.
Okay.
So, to Freesight City, to Unnamed Town, to Bronshard, through the depth highways to Folk. Okay.
Sounds like it.
Well,
No.
I will... Yes.
I'm assuming that the dwarves might be reticent to... I guess we probably need to talk about this, but would they just let us use their underground secret highways?
So, we haven't delved into the Dwarven Society quite yet, so there's probably a lot to go over here, but I certainly will kind of give you the spark notes so that you can maybe make some decisions. The Underdark from D&D, where, you know, like the Duragar and the Drow and like that kind of, like the Mind Flayers and whatnot, they exist mainly in the kind of Dwarven Highway underground area. Like, the different highways that were made kind of ran through their habitat and their structures. So that's kind of a commonplace enemy or occurrence down there. The Dwarven, you know, coalition or loose collection of like city-states have a set-aside force that like kind of clears the highways, holds them at bay. Is kind of like constantly fighting their progress into trying to take over the different dwarven cities. So you'd probably either have to like work with them, gain their permission, or kind of like forego their caution to use the highways. But some are safer than others. It's kind of the general knowledge that you would know. But I will be honest, I do not have like content for Freesight City or anything prepared, and I think that it would be a disservice to kind of just wing that. So if there are any conversations or discussions about the events or plans or anything, this would certainly be the time to do it.
I'd like to try to bond with my bear.
Okay.
One night, all the
Buffy
nights.
does travel with you guys when you're in the wilderness now. We kind of established that, so he's just kind of around as you guys move through things. Yes.
Two things.
Mm-hmm.
Three things. I'd like to send a message back to Croak.
Okay.
Kill elf on sight. Do not speak to her. If male, kill on sight too.
Still got 5 words if you want to use them.
Don't tell Pulaski.
Okay.
Okay, that's done. During our travels, start teaching Sparky how to forage in the forest, since he would only know about cave bugs.
Mm-hmm.
to give him a little bit more utility for himself. And what was the third thing?
Do you even know how to forage?
I mean, you can find rotting logs and find bugs in that. That's common wilderness survival. And I would like to cast Identify on Buffy.
Okay.
Because...
Identify my bear.
Well, there's a very specific reason.
Oh god, what if it has a...
If you instead touch a creature through the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Huh.
It can resist it, though, can it? I don't know.
It doesn't say so.
I guess not. Well...
Okay. Okay.
Carry on, bear man.
So let's say, Thor, as you are trying to, ingratiate yourself with Buffy, kind of learn more about him, can we make the assumption that Jarek's kind of like idly hanging around and kind of suggests this?
Sure.
Okay. So, Thor, go ahead and give me a wisdom check. Just for you fucking with your bear.
Like, as in I can't roll below a 10 wisdom check, or...
Yeah, if you roll before, below a 10, you can re-roll it.
Just let me know if it's below.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Okay.
Buffy solved.
So, I think this is a fitting scene to set, because I think there's a lot that's going to go on. So, one night as you guys are traveling, this is maybe about like 2 days after leaving Kraylin, some of the, knowledge and whatnot that you gained in Kraylin kind of still settling on you. Thor, you still hell-bent on trying to decipher the mystery around Buffy. You kind of step off to the side of the camp, kind of away from everyone else, to kind of set aside some time, just you and him, to really hash things out. As you do so, you see Jarek kind of moving on over to you from the camp, making it very clear that he's heading in your direction.
Probably feel him coming first, but yeah.
Jarek would be lightly playing his lute, and then lowly speaking in Infernal, to cast his Identify spell, but as gently as he can. I don't think Infernal is a very gentle language, but as gently as he can. Just...
So as you hear this rough, dark lullaby coming from this companion of yours, he makes his way to you. You see Buffy's head kind of like cocked to the side, a little bit of his like ear kind of flopping ever so slightly, like, her. As Jarek continues to approach, the Carl kind of tries to mimic it. You see him like tilting his overly weighed head to the side.
We're all tilting at this point.
Yeah. So Thor, as you were kind of setting aside the time to identify with Buffy, before Jarek had kind of gotten there, you felt a growing easiness kind of forming between you and Buffy. There is this like kind of unspoken relationship that seems to have kind of grown deeper and deeper the longer that you two have traveled together, and especially through the various attempts that you've had to like really dive into the mystery of him. So as you were kind of sitting down and ready to kind of have one of your insightful conversations with him, it felt like almost like normal or comforting or acceptable. It was just like, it's like something that should just be happening, and you felt very in tune with it, before Jarek immediately ruins it and interrupts you with his strange concoction of Infernal. But eventually he does come and like put his hand on the back of Buffy, very gently, as he continues to go through the ritual casting of Identify. You two kind of just like more or less sighing in unison, kind of giving each other this silent look of like,
Mm-hmm.
But Jared, you continue to play through your ritual, and as you finish up, where you would usually get a more solid response, where you would be able to kind of gather the name and the purpose and the usefulness of whatever spell that you've like come in contact with. Instead, you're met with more of a feeling. You step back a little bit after you finish, feeling almost a little bit like emotionally overwhelmed, which, isn't hard for you to kind of come to terms with, being a very emotionally open individual. But you do feel it kind of like weighing you down. It takes you like a moment to kind of like take a deep breath and calm down. And when you look back up, you see Buffy and Thor side by side. You see this almost rainbow-esque energy kind of drifting back and forth between them. It's kind of almost like a lava lamp kind of flow, where a little bit is coming from Buffy and then a little bit coming back from Thor. But it is like this collection of strings that kind of like hold a bond between the two. And as you look past him, there's more individuals behind them. You see this tall, muscular, well-defined female Goliath that stands about a foot taller than Thor. Very much like an Amazonian warrior kind of aesthetic, who seems to just kind of be gently standing in the background, like looking down at Thor, her eyes filled with this kind of soft reflection in them. And then beside her, you see this rather portly, elderly-looking nobleman, might be the best term to describe him as. He's dressed in very fine clothing. There's a lot of wrinkles that adorn his face. He kind of is like stood in that kind of traditional pose where you have like one hand like clasped on your collar. You're kind of like looking off into the distance, almost like a portrait pose is kind of the aesthetic that you get. He is about half the size of the Goliath woman that he stands next to, but his eyes are also fixed upon Thor, kind of looking through the back of his head into Thor in general. And as you kind of like get this look at them and you really take them in, that overwhelming emotion kind of holding back your speech, as they like slowly begin to be semi-transparent and then fade into the background, the connection that you were able to see also beginning to fade, and you're just left with Buffy and Thor kind of staring at you like,
Is your wife here? Why do you look like that? What did you do to my bear?
Thor, my boy.
What?
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Nope, what's happening?
From what I gathered out of that, I don't know if I should roll an insight on this. Am I getting that the bear is both his mother and father combined, or just his father?
roll me an insight check. This is a very weird situation to describe. Okay. The way that you can kind of discern it and understand it isn't so much that these individuals that you saw are making up Buffy, but the connection between Buffy and Thor. There is also some element of the people that were behind him having that connection. That's about the majority of what you can understand, which is the brief interaction that you had.
So, Buffy shares the same love for Thor that his parents did?
I'll just let you decipher what you want. Yeah.
All right. Thor, I thank you for keeping Buffy still while I did that.
Did you just curse my bear? What did you just do?
No, I tried to figure out what your bear is, Thor.
What do you think I'm doing?
Well, I thought magic could help. You've mentioned that this bear pops up, I think, whenever you think of your parents.
Yeah, I
And-
just get like a buzz tone.
Well, I saw some energy between the two of you that was very reminiscent of what I would expect your parents felt for you. I can't say for certain, but your parents' love has brought this bear to you. Somehow, their bond for you is tied to the bear.
How do you know it was my? How do you know about my parents?
Well, I don't think you had a lover back in your village because you were an outcast and shunned. And I'm fairly certain you haven't had many dealings with nobles. But there was a very broad-shouldered and well-defined Goliath woman. Just muscles so large. And an older human, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
An older human man of very noble stature. Finely dressed, certainly. Valoran would probably have complimented him.
I don't know. I don't think Valorant makes many compliments.
Well, he was most regal Thor. I have a feeling whoever your father is, he was a man of bearing.
Wait, so you saw my father?
I mean, I'm thinking so, yeah.
Well, what did he? I mean, sure, he was like. Wait, he was a noble?
Well, I mean, he was dressed very nicely. He had good posture. I didn't get a look at his teeth, but I'm pretty sure they were all there. And, you know, he just stood with a bearing that proclaimed him certainly not a commoner. I mean, look at me, look at Valoran over there. You can definitely see the difference. And not just my size, Thor, but in the way we present ourselves.
Well, what did he? What, like? Can you draw what he looked like?
I can try, yeah.
Or I don't know. Do you have some magic?
Very good question. I don't think illusory script would technically work for that.
No.
No.
That's an entirely different message, different hand. No, okay. I mean, I don't think I have magic for it, Thor, but yeah, I can try and draw them out. I've drawn some things.
Oh boy. Okay. But you know what he looks like.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Does that mean he's dead?
Well, I mean, I'm a bard, Thor. I'm not a wizard.
Uh-huh.
But
As
if we
you,
but if
as
we
you
can,
two are,
sorry.
as you two are conversing, and as you ask if your father is dead, you feel Buffy's head kind of like pushing into your idle hand, like not really doing much, but just kind of like making his presence known as you continue talking.
Oh, yes, I know. You like the top and the side and the bottom and all the way around. I got it. Wait, is my dad dead?
Buffy just kind of like looks up at you, and then goes back for more pets.
Thor, I think it's perfectly possible that this bear might be your father.
No, it's not my father. I already asked this thing if it was my father, and it said no.
Oh.
Also, it's a bear, JD.
Well, I don't know, the types of beings or people that Goliaths will, share the yurt with, but
It's you're saying
anything.
You literally just saw my dad, and now you think he's a bear?
Well, Thor, we've seen a lot of things happen. We watched Broly grow teeth and tails and nails and eyes and all kinds of manner of things.
So you're saying my dad transformed into a bear and is now following me all over the place?
I mean, it's very possible. But if you want, we can ask around, maybe up near Folk or Bronchard, and I'll try and draw out what I saw as best I can.
Yeah, you do that. And then let's see if we can ask Lord Valorant. See if he knows.
Oh, you know what, Thor? That reminds me. We should probably ask him how to behave in his country because he's very particular. We might need to change some things.
I think as long as we just don't kill anybody, right off the bat, like a mayor of a small town that we don't necessarily like, I think we'll be all right.
I mean, I don't think that happens that often before. We've been to several small towns.
It's true, we only met like 2 mayors though. And one of them we put into power.
Am I the second mayor, Thor?
No.
Then we've met 3 mayors.
The mayor, okay. The mayor you kill. I mean, you may die, honestly. It seems like you have a psycho murderer on the loose in your town that knows that you killed the mayor, so...
No, it's probably Hypatia. She's just jealous because Holaski came back to me and begged me for forgiveness. But that's neither here nor there, Thor. I want to help you. You've been there for me through all of these times. You've been the strength when I couldn't stand. I will help you find out who your father is. And he'll spit on his hand and slap it across his heart, and I swear it, Thor.
Better be careful with that. Dog might come after you.
Dog has already come after me, Thor. You have no idea how much he makes this thing itch.
Also, can we talk about your wife, how she was suddenly your bitch ex-wife and now she's just your wife? Did you guys get remarried? Were you ever divorced?
Well, if you wanted to know the legalities of it, technically I faked my own death. And so I guess there was no, legal annulment or divorce or anything, so I was just mad, Thor. It happens when you love someone. And then shame will come across Jarek's face for a moment, but that's no matter, Thor. She's back with me now. Maybe we can find you a wife one day. I have a daughter who is recently widowed.
No. I am good. I would rather stick with Buffy right here, Carl right here, and a sword.
Yeah, well, married to your quest. I see how it goes. Well, perhaps Valorant, then maybe one day I can get in a noble. Anyways,
he would never.
Well,
Sorry,
Thor, you don't know. If I get granted a noble title, it could be a most beneficiary union.
I think that you're more likely to get Rolly to marry her than anybody else. Actually, that's not true. Adam could do it, or what's his name?
Adam will never.
Yeah, you could get them to do it.
I'd rather have Sparky.
Yeah, you could have Sparky do it.
As you guys are conversing again, Thor, you feel the weight of Buffy kind of like pushing on your leg, kind of like jostling you from side to side. And once you kind of like look down at him, he kind of looks up at you. And you see like a bit of like strain on his face. Like normally kind of has this like casual kind of just go with the flow kind of expression. But you can actually see a bit of like concentration. And he just goes, no.
Jindy, did you just hear my better talk to me?
I mean, he was moaning.
Nope. Why do you have to make everything like that? Can you just
Wait,
say yes?
no. He made noises.
Did you hear a no? Was he answer? Are you answering my question?
Buffy's just back to kind of like staring at the ground.
I support you, Thor. If Buffy said no, then that means no means no.
So you're telling me you didn't hear that?
Thor, I heard him moan. He made a noise. Grunt, maybe? I'm not sure what you would call that.
Yeah, we're down the same path again. You didn't believe me about the bear, now you don't believe he talks to me.
Thor, it's a bear, father.
What? No, it's
I
not
mean-
my dad. We've established this president.
Okay, look, if we can find a wizard who can do, I don't know, reverse transmutation, maybe we can have him cast it on Buffy and see what's going on.
What if he's not anything else? What if he's just a bear?
Well, I assume it just won't work, or it'll turn him inside out, but I doubt that,
You're not killing my bear.
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just making off, ideas. There's ideas that you can think of.
It's another thing I wanted to bring to Dragon Dude.
Buffy?
Yeah. That guy knows, like, everything. He doesn't
That
know
guy's
that he
gonna-
knows everything.
Thor, from what you've described, this being is insane. Completely and utterly out of his mind.
I sincerely believe that he doesn't want to kill us. And if he did, he definitely could have done it already by just not telling us about the cycle every night that kills everything that's living inside of his little tower.
Just because he didn't kill you doesn't make him a friend. I don't think that's how that works, Thor.
He saved Rolly's life. How is
Yes.
he not? How is he not a friend? You don't just go saving people's lives for no reason. He gave me Carl.
I mean,
Am I
we've done
hearing
that.
this conversation?
Yeah, at this point, it's been going on long enough that you guys have been watching Thor and Jarek go at it for like 10 minutes at the side of the camp.
I'll walk over with my flask and sit down and drink with them. And technically, you could save somebody's life and still intend them harm if you wanted to use them for something.
I mean, that has happened.
No, he said he likes to play pranks on people.
His idea of a prank might be sinister.
We killed one of his last pranks. I don't think he has the best of intentions.
I think they almost killed us. But we still killed it. And also, Rolly's fine for the most part.
I mean, that is not quite the same, but
It's literally better. It's more interesting. Otherwise, you're just a boring person with the same color eyes.
I agree.
He has a story now. Okay.
Thor, look, why don't I sketch out what I saw,
Yup.
and we can pick Valoran's brain for this.
Yup.
Has Valoran retired to his tent yet?
No, he's sort of staring into the campfire that we probably have.
Okay.
I think I'd be amazed at this point that he's not at all paying attention to us. But kind of expecting it.
So why don't I do that, and
Yep.
we'll see if maybe we can glean some information.
Okay. Yeah. But I'm gonna go with that Buffy just told me that my father's not dead. And we're gonna roll with that.
Of course, Thor. Whatever helps you.
Nope. I don't need sympathy, I just need a yes.
Yes, Thor.
Yep. I'll get to draw, and I have to do something else. I will walk over to Valorant. So, I can talk to animals, you know. Pretty cool.
Yes, you mentioned that.
You want me to talk to your horse?
If he'll talk to you, you can try.
Everybody talks to me. Alright, give me a second. So I'll start ritual casting, speak with animals.
Okay.
And I will, as I'm doing it, I will say like a nursery rhyme. Like I'll sing a nursery rhyme that my mom taught me when I was younger.
You actually have that prepared?
No.
Oh, okay. I saw you clicking on things, and I was like, okay.
I'm just looking at speak with animals.
Gotcha. So Belgrease, who's kind of left to idly kind of graze on a bit of grass with a tree that he's kind of tied to, kind of just like idly acknowledges your presence as you come up and begin your ritual, kind of just like ignoring you for the most part. Is there anything else you guys are doing during 10 minutes? Jarek, are you drawing the individual that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, give me like an investigation check, just to see what you could discern in the small period of time.
Real quick, as I was gone for a period of time, was there a long rest had during?
Yes, there was.
Fantastic. I need.
If you want to throw your stupid lucky dice out the window, yeah.
Throw all of them out.
Okay. Yeah, so you can visualize him pretty well. Your artistic abilities, we'll see how that goes. But at least you kind of roughly know what he looks like, and you have a good reference to go off of. But Thor, as you are going through the ritual, you're getting like, more and more of the way through it. You kind of start getting more and more of Belgrease's attention, and eventually, maybe like 5 or 6 minutes in, you see him lift his head and like look over at Valorant. And Valorant, you see him look at you and kind of like tilt his head a little bit.
A shrug.
He just like goes back to eating grass. So eventually, you complete your ritual.
I will then immediately look at Belgrease. Hey!
You see his ears like perk up, and you see like, one side of his face is kind of facing you. You see his eye go from the grass like up to you.
How you doing?
Are you talking to me, sir? And you see him like lifting his face up, and he kind of like stands tall, kind of looking down at you.
What the? You sound just like your owner? Dad? I don't know what to call him.
The relationship between me and my lord is nothing close to master and owner.
Okay, wow, you're something. Hey, Lord Valorant, is there anything you want to talk to Belgrease about? And also, do you want to step between me and him? He's a little scary, actually.
Or you wanted to talk to him.
What? I don't know. Did you want to ask how his day was? Ask how he feels?
I know how Belgrease feels.
Oh, really? Belgrease, tell me how you feel.
I am feeling invigorated, sir.
How's he feeling, Valorant?
He feels like he's got pep in his step.
Wrong! He feels invigorated.
All right, Thor. I guess you've got me.
Yeah. See, he doesn't know you as well as he thinks.
Simple man, I have one request.
Oh. You actually... Okay, yeah. What's up?
Tell my lord that I require beats. Many beats, as frequently as he can acquire them.
Is there a specific color or just all the beats?
All the beats, sir.
All the beats. Alright, Lord Valorant, I have a message for you from your horse that clearly you did not get. He requires many beats. All the beats. No matter color, shape, size. Beats.
As Thor says beats, you see Belgrease kind of behind him go like, oh, and like kind of like neigh up into the air, kind of stomp his feet a little bit.
All right. Certainly.
I start drumming a fat beat on my belly.
So what do you think about JD, huh?
I feel sorrow for any mount that is beneath him.
Do me next. Do me next.
Okay, and I don't know, the dwarf wants to know now. What about him?
His jokes are not nearly as funny as he thinks they are.
Now that we can all agree on. Nope.
What did he say?
He said your jokes are as funny as we all think they are.
Oh, well, tell him I said thank you.
He said thank you. Although I think he can understand you just can't understand him. Is that how this works?
Yes, I listen to your conversations non-stop through all of my travels.
Oh, that's gotta be terrible.
It's pretty horrible.
Yeah. Dang. You probably want to sleep in the tent with your lord, probably. Yeah, makes sense.
If only I could be closer with my liege, I would do anything to see it so.
I guess you could always, like, sleep behind him, or just, like, because he usually sleeps way away from us anyway, so you could just sleep over there.
Are we done? I require sustenance to continue.
Right, yeah. You guys eat all the time. Sometimes I forget about this. Just wanted to have a quick chat, say what's up, how you doing, check in on you.
Just gives you a nod and then goes back to grazing.
My lord. And then I'll turn back to Lord Valorant. So, I'm best friends with your horse now. That's pretty cool.
Thor, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Is it something I can see?
No, you cannot. As you say this, you feel a nice hot glob of spit like hit you in the back of the neck and begin kind of like slowly going down your skin.
Say best of friends.
Actually, I actually give Belgrease this faint sort of like, oh, you kind of expression.
Who else but Belgrease?
And then just repeats beats.
Many beats. All the beats. I'll even buy some beats for him. We're friends and all. Friends buy each other beats.
I guess do I think beats are good or bad for horses or indifferent?
I mean, as far as your knowledge with horses, beats should be fine.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just making sure.
Horse wants to kill himself.
Hey, we all want things that are bad for us.
So Jarek, at this point, you're probably finishing up your exquisite artwork. If you want to do that.
Yes, gladly.
Gladly.
Do I need to roll for how good it is? I'm hoping you say no and it's just excellent.
Odds or evens, Jarek?
Oh, damn it.
Can you use the lucky die?
No.
Let's go with evens.
Okay. You surprise yourself today. Like, usually when you try and put pen to paper and kind of visualize or draw out what you visualize, sometimes it's a little rough, but this one's pretty damn close.
I would like to have made sure to capture the facial aesthetics,
Mhm.
but also the clothing.
Mhm.
Especially keeping in mind, the style, the cut, X amount of buttons, etc., etc.
Okay.
Because noble fashion is an indicator of their, location.
Okay.
So first, I would take it up to Thor, and Thor, this is what I saw through my identify, and hold it up so it's.
Was it? I'm assuming it looks like what you described.
Yeah, it's a very elderly, kind of portly gentleman. Very much looks his age. Kind of thin white hair, kind of a scraggly beard going on at the moment. Dressed very finely, kind of in a nice pose. I'm assuming you kind of kept the pose as well, Jarek. Yeah. So yeah, that would be roughly what you get.
Have I ever seen this person before?
No.
While we're becoming best friends, Lord Valorant, do you have any idea who this is?
I'll take a look at it. Take it from him and look at it.
Give me history with advantage, since I would definitely describe this as you being assisted. Wow. Okay. As you glance over, you kind of, it's hard to recognize a drawn face, through the mass of people that you've potentially met in your life. But you kind of do look over the overall, aesthetic of the drawing and kind of the details on the clothing and whatnot. And, you're kind of just casually glancing it over. But then something kind of catches your eye. You notice he's wearing this very fine doublet with kind of a colored sash, which, isn't colored in the drawing, but you can assume, graced over his chest. And you see two golden, what you assume, with your knowledge, is two golden eagle heads, one pinned on one shoulder, one pinned on the other. And you distinctly remember for a moment that in an older version of the folk royal guard, which is kind of like the elite warriors that guard the high nobility of folk, wore similar looking adornments on their clothing, but the fashion of the garment that he wears is very old, almost antique. If he wore it in folk now, you would certainly kind of be jested at for his lack of keeping up with the times. So that's probably what you can gather out of it.
So actually looking the picture over with interest for a change, not complete just annoyance. Just looking it over and actually pointing out the details to Jarek. And where did you get this? I wasn't listening.
Oh, no, of course. So I cast a spell on Thor's bear, and I saw the ghost of his parents, and I believe this to be his father.
Really?
Yes. I'm not sure if we've mentioned this. Thor is a half-blood bastard, and he has
literally split you in half.
Thor, it happens. You know how many people in Thrice Tower were bastards? It just happens, It's just a word, Thor. Don't let it hurt you. It can't hurt you if you don't let it. But yeah, so Thor is half human, as it were. And it appears that his mother was able to, and he'll kind of side-eye Thor real quick, find love and gracious harmony with one knot of her tribe. And here we are today.
Goodness gracious. Well, a month ago I would never have believed it, but it almost makes sense now. These These garments are rather old-fashioned, but this insignia marks him as Royal Guard, top level. Thor, you are my countryman, you big bastard.
What? You know, you're a lord. I'm gonna give you a pass for that. JD, you say it again. I will literally throw this sword at you.
Thor, I've already been hit by that sword. That only scares me a little bit.
It only hurts you if you let it.
Can I discern a region or think of like a probable region? I mean, I assume it would be near the capital city if he's
Well, so
guarding
the old guard no longer exist. They are like a kind of antique order that has now been kind of replaced by other means. So he, no longer serves that purpose. So there could be a lot of things that could have happened between then and potentially now. So without really having any more information to go off of, there isn't really a lot that you can kind of assume.
How old is Thor?
In his
Like
20s,
20?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would have only been 20 years ago.
Like 24.
I mean, like, the order probably stopped functioning maybe like 60, 70 years ago, somewhere in that range. So,
Wait, how long does it take for a Goliath to gestate a baby? Because if we're not
Gestation periods on Goliaths, it's a whole thing. I don't know. They don't live very long, so I imagine it's just like a normal kid.
Well, congratulations are in order, Thor. I would say this gives you an edge over your other relatives.
I mean, not really, because now it just means that the one half of my family invades the other half of my family.
Well, yes, your father and your mother. No, not that would be opposite. Yes.
Jeez. But the real question is, how did they meet? And who is this guy? Where is this guy?
Well, as far as how they met, I'm just guessing, but if he was a guardsman, and based on what we know about your people, well, all's fair in love and war, as they say.
She captured him and
Laid siege.
I'm not gonna throw the sword. I'm not gonna throw the sword. I'm not gonna throw the sword.
He may have been quite enthusiastic to sally out and meet her on the field.
Boy.
Or, Thor, you never know. I mean, was your mother ever captured?
did she ever blow the trumpets of war? I'm just trying to make a pun, but it's not working, really.
Don't
Get
know
it?
that she
Blowing
ever
trumpets.
thought. She never talked to me about it. Mostly focused on Goliath life, because I was, full Goliath up until a certain point in my life.
Well, Thor, for what it may be worth to you, it would had to have been love, I believe. A pairing such as this in folk would not be undertaken casually.
Yeah, I just wonder where he is. So wait, he's a royal guard. Okay, that makes kind of sense,
Former.
Former royal guard, which means he's a good fighter. Yes, they're good fighters. Isn't that how it works?
Conceivably.
Okay, so that makes sense. Where did they used to Where did they used to be? Like, where was the guard located?
Well, the royal guard would have been around the royalty, but if I have my time frames correct in my mind, he may have been retired already.
Do they keep record of royal guards?
Oh, keeps records about everything.
So his name is on a piece of paper somewhere.
Valoran, with your current concerns back at home, do you think you would be able to get an audience with the Queen?
No.
And let's say, for whatever reason, your sister were to inherit all of Lord Solomon's lands. What about then?
It wouldn't be worth it.
Just a thought.
Always trying to kill someone.
By the way,
Thor-
Valoran. The capital of Folk Kingdom is called the Queen's Coast. And it's not too far from where your home functions, but it's over on the western side of the kingdom, on the coast.
And anyway, Jarek, you wouldn't need to talk to the Queen. She wouldn't know. You would talk to scribes. Librarians.
Probably
Yeah,
even just
that would make
ask
more
the-
sense.
Yeah, we could probably just even ask the guard. You know, they probably have like a book.
If they know that a royal guardsman had carnal knowledge of a Goliath woman, that story is told often and widely.
Wait, this happens regularly?
No, that's my point, Jarek.
Oh,
It would be an interesting story, you bard.
You might be some sort of folk hero and not even know it.
Or a limerick.
we're right then.
Oh, jeez.
So, out of purely for my love of you, we must find this information out. And I will be right there to record every detail, of course. And perhaps, maybe, just maybe, if we find out who he is, we can enlist his aid with Lord Valoran and his troubles with Solomon.
So now you want to find my dad before we go to Lord Solomon? I feel like that's a.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they're both in folk.
I feel like we should be able to deal with Valoran's thing. It's a little more pressing than what I got going on.
Is he still alive?
Well, I asked Buffy if he was dead, and Buffy said no. So he's alive, according to my bear.
Ah.
You know, I don't need that, okay? You talk to your horse, and you didn't know what one it beats, so...
I didn't say anything.
Yep. That's right. We just say nothing. No, just...
And
walk
neither
back.
did the bear.
That's a good time to end this session. So as the party departs from the little laboratory, more or less, that they have a conversation with the Duke with, and you move through that kind of main great hall entrance of the temple, you take your time to slightly step aside from them, excuse yourself from the group, knowing that there is something that you've been wanting to do for quite some time that now seems the opportunity. That's a great way of stating that. So you kind of step out of the main hallway and you kind of meander around looking for some sort of like public area that is allotted for praying and kind of finding some comfort to like spiritually reach out to different things. There are a few different, I guess, places of prayer kind of sanctioned off in the main floor of the temple. You do find like maybe dwindling amounts of people still there, even though it's late into the night, casting their prayers for a sick relative or a good harvest or various things of that nature. But you eventually can kind of find maybe like one other person in it, get inside, kind of find a place to sit down. You do see, instead of any sort of, dog-related material, the rooms are definitely decorated in the various beliefs or symbols of Randolin and the brother, which I imagine you'd be relatively familiar with growing up in Giles Kingdom. I don't know if Jarek is particularly religious, but I'm sure you would know about it. But yeah, you finally, sit down at the pew, kind of getting to the location you desire.
So as Jarek kind of hunkers down, he'll clasp his hands and cover kind of the part of his face as he's praying, in efforts to kind of muffle what he's saying so no one else could hear him. To start with would be, brother, forgive me, but this prayer is not meant for you. And Jarek would take a deep breath, kind of center himself, reach in within himself, focusing on his belly, seeking out that incorporeal feeling that, Dog had imprinted upon him, trying to connect. And as he finally musters up the nerve to really start getting into his prayer, he'll start off with, Dog, we've hit a bit of a problem. I don't know if I can do this myself. I fear for my companions, I fear for the world. Everything we're facing is it's getting too big. I'm just a tavern keeper, Dog. I don't know what to do at this point. And then he would just start a litany of, Dog, provide me guidance. I beseech you, Dog. And I think he would just keep repeating that and doze off as he's doing so. But just kind of keeping that mantra going in his head as he does so.
Okay. As you kind of like fall into that rhythm, and you it almost becomes like a physically observant thing, as you almost kind of like rock back and forth as you put forth the words again and again, kind of getting in that comfortable, almost like rocking yourself to sleep motion, until eventually you do kind of like lean on the pew in front of you a bit harder, kind of like maybe placing your cheek on a little bit, kind of sliding your face against it ever so slightly, as you are not really recognizing you're drifting off, but you begin to drift off. You feel that kind of small, burning, itching sensation that you would get whenever a bad decision is made in the past. Just begin to start on your stomach before you do eventually drift off as you pray. It's hard to tell how much time passes, or if any time passes, as you've kind of closed your eyes and finally close yourself off to the world, before you feel a hand kind of touch gently on your shoulder.
Jarek would shake awake, kind of get a quick look around him as he then turns to look up behind him.
Give me a perception check real quick. Okay, so you guys roll so well on the one shots. It's pretty funny. Anyway, as you kind of like look up and you look around, the room that you're in has an exterior wall of the temple, with a few kind of decorated windows set into that wall. And as you are glancing around, not quite yet focusing in on the individual behind you, you look at the windows, and where it hadn't been kind of the dull, lingering light of the town on the outside, still being nighttime, so it was just like street lamps and, people moving about, is now completely black, to the point where there is nothing past it, just that black void that you can see. But as you kind of discern that and like keep glancing around, you look behind you and you see the familiar sight of Dog, but he is distinctly different in his appearance this time. Where you would usually see this kind of almost Buddha-esque kind of appearance, this like circular rounded features and jovial smile and kind of relaxed demeanor, you see for the first time deep lines of worry in his face, a frown instead of the smile. You see a little bit of tension, almost maybe a little bit of like intimidation in his presence, as he almost like looms over you as he's sat in the pew behind you, still in this room. As you look around a bit more, the one or two other prayer individuals that were there are gone now, just leaving you and Dog. But you do look up, and that is what you see.
Jarek would quickly try and maneuver himself around to do his best to kneel and kind of like give a half bow. And Dog, I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for answering. I'm in a bad spot. I just don't know. I don't know what to do.
As you wheel around and speak, you see him lift a hand up and kind of like grab, his brow, kind of leaning his head in a little bit. Jarek, it has been centuries since I've used foul language, but you are close to driving me to such measures.
I know it's kind of blasphemous to try and summon you here in another's temple, but I thought the need was pretty great for it. I'm sorry. I didn't know that would affect you so badly.
You see him just like shaking his head and then like visibly deflate before he kind of like leans back and lets out a long sigh. Jarek, you do not know the danger and the chaos that you have caused. Besides the issue of Torodan, which we will cover, because that is of the utmost importance, you have put forth a fate that has more trouble than you could possibly imagine.
I don't know what you mean. I don't think I've done anything particularly improper. We saved, we helped some people.
It's always been easier to show you, Jarek, hasn't it?
As you will.
You see him kind of lean back enough so that you can see, the lower half of him, where he kind of reaches down and grips his belly and begins to kind of shake it and roll it. You see the different colored irises kind of rolling around like that slot machine yet again, kind of pulling your gaze towards his belly button as it continues to roll, almost like a mesmerizing kind of hypnotist kind of pull. Eventually, the eyeballs start to kind of slow down in their spin, and it lands on this kind of pale brown eye. And as you lock places with it, you are lurched out of the pew, kind of brought into this tunnel of spiritual energy, and then sucked into a black void yet again, before the landscape around you kind of snaps back into existence. And you find yourself in a somewhat familiar place. It maybe takes you a second to really realize where you're at, but eventually you recognize the courtyard of the Delorus Heights fort. The fort that you had been at when fighting Hormtar the Mutilated, where you would talk to Sergeant Duran Pardo, and have that whole interaction. As you are lurched to this location, you still feel the ever-present hand of Dog on your shoulder as he stands behind you. But you look around in the same courtyard. It's been cleaned up a fair bit since you were here last. A lot of the kind of tribal tents and kind of ritual statues that had been constructed by the Knolls have been torn down or pushed to the side or burned or something of that sort. There's obviously attempts to kind of bring the fort back to where it was before the occupation. But as you look into the courtyard itself, the figures that are gathered there, you see a handful of the Royal Army soldiers that had poured over the walls after the fight with Hormtar. And you see a familiar Sergeant Duran Pardo standing there with his the brace around his knee as he has his sword drawn, pointed at an individual that is crouched down on the ground. And as you take a second glance on the man that is crouched, it's difficult due to the fact that his face is bloody. He has cuts and scrapes all over his body, and his clothing's torn and ripped and a bit bloody. But as you look him over a second time, you recognize him as Dover, your prime flametariat, I think it was the title he had. The expression on his face is one of defeat and fear. He's looking up at Sergeant Duran, just whitewashed. I don't know if that's the right word, but, pale face, kind of shivering a little bit, a bit of tears kind of welling up in his eyes. And it appears that the scene that you're in is not playing out in real time. It's more or less put on pause for the moment as you look on in the sight that's been presented to you. And Dog just lets you bring this in for a moment.
Oh, that, yes. Dog, they seemed like they needed something to do. I was trying to keep them busy. It's not what it looks like. I was just trying to, have them go play hide and seek in the woods. I don't know how it got this far already.
You hear Dog clear his throat, and then he nods his head, and you see a kind of scattering of papers at the knee, like right in front of the knelt Dover. And you see a familiar collection of papers that you had passed on with different drawings and maps leading to the waterfall and various notes that you had scratched out that have now been kind of stomped on, a little bit muddy from being thrown into the courtyard. But he just gestures down to that and then looks over at you.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't think it was ever going to happen. I was just, trying to give them something to do, and they all seemed like they were crazy. And Jarek would just continue to babble on nervously, as one would do whenever caught in some shenanigans that they were pulling. I didn't think this was gonna happen, Doug. You gotta believe me. I swear. I just.
Eventually, you would feel his hand kind of squeeze on your shoulder ever so slightly, more or less a signal to cease your babbling before he actually speaks to you. Jarek, you must understand that from the outside looking in, you are just as crazy as these individuals that you sent here. The things that you've done, the tasks that you've completed, the shenanigans that you have gotten up to. Many would think that you are just as disposable as Dover here, and what has he done to deserve such a fate? He is a simple townsperson trying to make a meager living, and he was put in the hands of a mayor that he thought that would raise him up, give him a new purpose. And that purpose was to die for no reason at the height of this mountain because of what? Greed? Is that fair, Jarek? Is that the legacy that you want to leave?
Taking a look at Dover in his bloody and mangled form, Jarek would begin to tear up. The realization of how horrendously he had treated his position, kind of dawning in on him. No, he was just supposed to work hard and gain skills. He wasn't supposed to do anything yet. I just wanted to to give them some focus. It wasn't supposed to actually go off like this yet.
Well, I'm glad to see that.
I'm as bad as Hillthorn. Oh. And
at least the irony is not lost on you, Jarek.
Jarek would weep at this point. For this is truly almost a reason that he had killed Hillthorn was for his abuse of power. No, Doug, has this come to pass already? Is this something that is expected to happen? Can I stop this?
We'll get to that. There is another scene that you must see. And then he kind of like uses his grip on your shoulder to kind of push you away and turn you more towards him. And with his other hand, he reaches down and begins the familiar process as the irises begin to kind of slide by, eventually ending on this almost like slate gray looking one. The pupil very tiny and small. As you are, again, lurched from the scene that you're in, you feel the kind of sudden gust of wind of the mountain kind of leaving you as it passes by before you are brought into a new scene, and the first thing to hit you is a horrible stench. A rotten, shit-infested stench that assaults your nose the moment you feel it. And as you begin to kind of like look around, it's hard because the quick disparity in light has kind of made your eyes not function properly. You went from this nice bright mountaintop to this dark and dingy scene. There's a single torch, maybe 15 or so feet away from you on the far wall, with like kind of just small amounts of its light kind of dancing on this moist kind of puddle-ridden floor. And as you trace the light over to your right, in the corner of the room, you see a kind of hunched over figure. And as you try and discern more details, you see the reflection of like a metallic chain attached to the figure kind of leading up to the wall and then chained there. And you begin to kind of peer through the darkness, and then you recognize a bald head reflecting in the torchlight. And then quickly you realize that it is yourself, crouched into the corner of this dungeon cell is the most likely explanation of what you're standing in at this point. And as you're kind of brought into the scene and you're finally allowed to realize what's going on, you hear the sound of like a loud, heavy door swing open, and you see over just past the torch on the far side of the wall a familiar figure that you know steps through. It is the still frail and rather sickly looking Duke Braun. He's hunched over, wielding a cane. He's flanked by two of his guard, and he begins to clack forward as he moves into the small space. His attention is purely on the scene, Jarek, I guess we shall call him, as he begins to plod forward, kind of stepping 5 or so feet away from you, away from Dream you, before the other Jarek kind of turns and looks up at him, and you just see an immense amount of disappointment in Duke Braun's face. And he nods to the two guards behind him, who then move past him and begin to scoop you up. And as you are silently led out of the cell with Duke Braun leading, you are left alone with Dog in this dank prison cell.
No. I've been good, Dog. We helped the people. We defeated the bandits. I can't be headed down this path. I've done good things.
Jarek, the way that you mortals do your laws, you can do a million good things. But if you do one thing bad enough, there's no going back. And I imagine Duke Braun will not look so kindly as to locals of Corel assaulting his fort.
Oh, Dog, no, this was not how this was supposed to pan out. I was just trying to give them something to focus on, not to actually do it yet.
Then why did you give them the papers, Jarek?
I admit, I was curious, and yes, a little greedy. I was hoping they may, scout some things out for me, but I never intended for them to try and break in.
Did you
Certainly
not see
never.
how he spoke to you? Did you not see the hope and the desire to please you in his eyes?
I just don't know what to do. I'm not a leader. Just trying my best. I don't. And he'll bawl, just the ugly cry tears. I don't know what to do anymore. Everything's spiraling out of control. I just thought I was gonna hook up with the group and go fight bandits, and everything's just gotten so complicated.
You feel his grip on your shoulder kind of move down to like a gentle back pat as he just like strokes the upper part of your shoulder a little bit uneasy as to how to proceed through this, but just letting you kind of like let it out more or less.
I'd say like maybe 5 minutes later, and a big glob of just, teary snot. I'm not trying to do this to these people. I don't know what to do with them. I can't build them into something better. Please, dog, tell me there is time.
They have not yet left Corel. There is a chance to stop them. And maybe after I show you what else I have, you'll do this with a bit less carelessness. But there is now the topic of Toradan to discuss, because I have seen what you see.
I guess everything else is just kind of immaterial if Toradan comes back. What is there anything you can offer me? Any advice? You are ancient and wise. Were you there the last time he was dispersed?
You see him smirk a little bit, actually. It comes and then fades a little bit as you pose the question, letting out kind of like a very low chuckle. Jarek, I have been there each time Toradan has been put to rest, and I will be there the next time as well. Let me show you something. And again, he turns you around, does the process, lets the pupil rest or roll, and then you are met with a purple iris with a rather feline-looking kind of slit for a pupil before you are lurched from the dungeon and brought back with an extremely familiar scene. You immediately recognize it as the courtyard of Thrice Tower. You see where your tavern once stood and the cracked stone in the plaza that the tavern's destruction had caused. There's no townspeople or populace. It seems almost like a ghost town at the moment, but it's a nice bright day. You know, the familiar smells of the eastern plains of Asmiliath kind of hit your nose. The general kind of stink of a town kind of like bringing you immediately back as Toradan kind of, not Toradan, as Dog kind of gently pushes you a few feet back and then kind of like takes a moment to look around, looking almost like reminiscent, is that a word? In the scenery around him before he kind of comes back to you. Jarek, I have not been the most upfront with you, and I cannot tell you everything, but it is time that I disclose at least a little bit more to you. I did not happen upon you in that monastery. I knew that you were going to need assistance in that moment, and I was waiting for you to be there. Because you have a much bigger part to play in the events to come than you would imagine. And he kind of, as he says this, turns around and looks at the cracked stone in the middle of the plaza and then turns back to you and waits.
Wait. Dog, are you saying that you were waiting for that trap to hit me? You just stood there in the ethereal plane or wherever it is and you would just watch me get my ass beat?
Jarek, part of being the dispenser of guidance, or the spirit that many seek to for guidance, is you have to know when to interrupt and when to not. And that is something that is going to dictate our conversation going forward. Though I do wish to tell you everything, it would very quickly divert you from the path that you are set upon. So yes, you had to suffer some physical wounds to get to where you are now, but it is essential that you are here now. And that is what I'm trying to get across to you.
Jarek would be a little bit worked up after that. A smidge of his own paranoia mixing in with logic, kind of distorting his thoughts, and he would kind of shake his head a little bit, and I will play my part, but if you are planning on using me, I don't know if I can condone such a thing. We need the help. So be it, dog. If I must be beholden to you, then I will be. But at least do me the kindness of shooting straight. Please don't beat around the bush on me. I just can't. I can't handle all of this. This is too big. And what does my hometown have to do with this?
As you mentioned that, you see that he can't help but kind of looking at the stone again and then turning back to you, seeing a little chuckle kind of forming on his lips. Jarek, you've misinterpreted this relationship if you think that I'm using you. The fates that I show you are above my head. They are dictated by powers beyond my comprehension. I am just allowed to see them, and then allow others to see those. I am part of this chain of events, just as much as you are, and my part to play was to be the guiding hand you needed when you were down and out, let's say, in that monastery. I am not using you or dictating your actions, but it is essential that I do my part and you do yours, because otherwise we will find a fate that no one will enjoy.
I see. Okay. My apologies. I'm still a little worked up from the last, and he'll think of himself in that dungeon and just shudder.
Mm-hmm.
So be it, dog. I will work with what you provide and hopefully make up for whatever problems I cause, and think more in the future on my actions before I actually do them.
And that is really all I ask, Jarek. But seeing as you're about to have another emotional breakdown, let me show you something good for once. So he steps back a little bit further again, reaching down, rolling through his eyes. And as you are watching, you see an almost like pale white iris meet yours with a yellow pupil, which is a little bit odd. Before you again lurched from your scene and whipped across the earth. Well, Earth, Asmiliath, don't quite know how that works, but anyway. As you are brought into the new scene, you quickly recognize the figures around you as your companions, Valorant and Rolly, yourself, and Thor. It seems you are in your quickest assessment to be like a large military encampment. Lots of military-style tents, soldiers marching around, various banners that you recognize and don't recognize, some house sigils that you would recognize from Giles' Kingdom, the Vitor one being one of them. You see various Dwarven flags and Folkish flags kind of spread out around you, but the Golden Hearts themselves are kind of collected around a campfire. It seems that they're in deep conversation, but the words that leave their lips aren't brought to you. Like, it's an odd way that you can comprehend their speaking, but not comprehend what they're saying. But you're more or less allowed to kind of visually watch what's going on. As you look over your companions, first you spot Valorant, which some of his equipment's changed. Obviously, some time has passed since the last time you saw him in the scene that you see him in now. He looks a little bit older, maybe a scruffy beard that wasn't there. His glaive is a little bit shifted and changed. But the one thing that kind of stands out to you that is distinctly different is one of his eyes, instead of being the normal eyes that you've grown to see him have, is a slightly glowing white eye, kind of casting a little side of his face in more light than the other companions around him as the dim campfire kind of lights them all up. And it gives him this kind of odd, almost like holy warrior-esque vibe as he just kind of casually sits there in conversation with a glowing eye at his side. Then you glance over to Thor, who you see maybe a few more battle scars on his skin than he's had. But you distinctly, the one thing that stands out to you is this large pauldron on his shoulder that is made out of a dragon's skull that has its maw like open up wide to allow for the arch, and its big horns kind of sticking out past his head as this kind of ornamental trophy that he now wears. And he's, pretty jovial in his conversation. Then you move down to Rolly, and you see the various parts of his armor that he'd been missing of his family have been finally fulfilled, and he has the full complete set. He seems to kind of stand taller in it, a bit more glistening and prideful with this new acquisition, as he's making some sort of fart joke, you assume, as Thor and you chuckle a little bit at his side. You glance over to yourself and you see you've lost a decent amount of weight. You're almost closer to a more average size. You appear to be your jovial self. You have your loot kind of resting on the log beside you. You appear happy and joyful in the moment. And then you glance a little bit farther, and you're perplexed. It takes you a few seconds to really work through what you're seeing, but you eventually come to the realization that you are looking at a much older Novan. Maybe 60, 70 years old in appearance instead of the 20-year-old that you've met previously. And the yellow bulbous eye that you were familiar with him having is gone. And simply his natural eyes fill both sockets. And he, too, is in jovial conversation with the rest of the group. And that is the scene kind of presented to you.
Dog, what the hell is this? We killed him. How can we? How can we be supping with him in this military camp? We killed him. I understand this must be further in the future. I look fantastic, and everyone looks okay too. But are you telling me he wasn't? Did we not defeat him? Was that just an illusion?
Jarek, I cannot reveal all to you, though I wish I could, because there are things that must remain a mystery for you to continue down the path that you are on. But there are many ways in this world to keep oneself alive past death, you being privy to one of them. But Novin is not gone from this world in the sense that you understand. But you will learn more about that in the future. What is important is this is the final moment your group was whole before you stop Torridan. I cannot see past this, but I can only hope that you were successful in your venture. And this, Jarek, is the fate that we're all guided towards, that we all strive for, because with Torridan gone, the world can prosper as it was before, without his looming threat dimming the sky.
Well, this is what I have to expect. I certainly can't end up in a dungeon. And Jarek will wipe the sweat from his brow and kind of huff a little bit and start hyperventilating just a smidge. No, I can fix this. I can do this. Wait. You took us to Thrice Tower. Is there another piece of Torridan hidden there? Is he within the stones? Please tell me.
Jarek, you do not understand how much I want to disclose what I know. But I can tell you this much. Thrice Tower's part to play in this fate is not over.
I think Jarek would whip around and, grab Dog by the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of get close. And, no, I can't let them be in danger. They're good people. You can take Chad. I don't care about him, but everyone else, I can't see them die.
As you grab him and express this, you see both of his hands come down and kind of grabbing you on both shoulders, and he leans in with a pretty warm smile across his face. Jarek, I know that you are a good man at heart, and I know that you will do the proper thing. And now with these futures and fates shown to you, I have no fear that this is the fate that we will find ourselves in come time.
I will try. I am only a man, but I will try. Cannot see what happened in Duke Braun's visions. I can't let that happen. Can I count on you, Dog? Can I count on you in the future? I am but a weak mortal man. I don't know if I can do it, but I can try.
I will always be here for you, Jarek. Except, you see him kind of craning his head and looking past you. He's like, now. And as he says this, you feel a kind of hard shove on your shoulder, and as you do, the world around you quickly sucks into this black void. Dog disappearing in front of you. You left kind of just holding empty air with your hands, and then you are lurched forward as your eyes snap open as you are awake in the prayer room that you had fallen asleep in. The beginning lights of morning kind of casting through the windows to your right, and as you are shake and kind of come to, you realize there's kind of a small elderly woman kind of pushing your shoulder from behind.
I'm so sorry, mistress. Jarek will be visibly shaken, definitely having lost most of the color in his face. Excuse me, thank you for the prayer time. And he'll, I think he would half stumble, half run to get out of the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he'd probably just hike a right and then just throw up. let it all out.
Mm.
The stress and impact of everything he had seen just driven into him. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. And I think from that point he would probably, once he remembers, once he's with the group, probably reach out to Croak, but that'll have to be later.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, yeah, I would say about how much time between now and when I meet back up with the
Maybe
group?
an hour or two, somewhere in that range.
Find the closest tavern, knock back a couple of stiff drinks, and go, I don't know where the guys are, but I think they were gonna head up to the Duke. Okay, I got this. And then once he's outside, he'll just throw up again. Just
So as you empty your stomach for the second time this morning, basically just spewing out pure alcohol at this point, and kind of lean back, wipe the residual vomit from your lip, and like turn drunkenly to head in the direction of the castle, you feel the tattoo on your stomach glow and warm in a kind of comforting way, presenting this kind of like nice teal bluish light for you as you make your way up towards the castle.
Jarek will rub the tattoo and be like, okay, thank you, dog. I'll try and give you a treat here later tonight. Oh, God.